This will be the Hyperskins V1.0 webinar, and basically it's a my webinar pertaining to skin topologies, with a heavy study on the body, but not necessarily only for the body. And this webinar is based on a part of our master's degree program, which Aleksandar is also taking part in tutoring. If you haven't seen that, to check it out. If you go to our website here, to the master's program, you can read all about it. And the first chapter of that master's degree program is called prosthesis, and it is taught mainly by Aleksandar and another colleague of ours, Joe. So this webinar will represent, just a small influence of that. Obviously, the master's is a 9-month program, and this is a 5-hour webinar. So humongous difference, but this webinar and our upcoming webinars will mostly be loosely based and influenced, just to give you a tiny taste of what you could, look forward to in a much bigger way, much more interactive, collaborative way for our master's degree program. So if you're interested in that, please check it out. And you can see here the application process and deadlines. Now back to Hyperskins. So I'm sure you've already all looked at the website because you've signed up here. But our tutor today is Aleksandar Bursać from Serbia and UK. And he's a member of Design Morphine and a senior designer at Zaha Hadid Architects. I will hand it over now to Aleksandar to introduce himself further. And thank you all for joining us. I will be here answering questions as best I could. I'm pretty knowledgeable with Maya, so I'll try to help take the workload. Just remember that there is a Q&A and a chat. If you have a really kind of important question pertaining specifically to the workflow that we're looking at today, please make sure to put it in the Q&A so that we can look at and answer those questions live in the Q&A portions. Other than that, smaller questions we will try to be answering through the chat. Just a reminder that after the webinar, you will receive, once the recording is processed, you will receive an email with how to access the 30-day recording. And just a further reminder that if you would like us to see your screenshots or things you're doing during the webinar, please make sure to tag us, not hashtag. We'll probably usually miss the hashtags. Make sure to tag us so that we can see all the cool stuff you're doing behind the scenes. And afterwards, after the webinar, if you have any work that you've done afterwards based on this workflow or with this workflow, or you want to send us any cool screenshots, you can send all that to results@designmorphine.com, and those will be featured on our website. So basically, when this is over, there'll be another section of this web page, which will be a results section, and it will have a bunch of your images. So if you would like your work to be featured on our website, please make sure you send it to results@designmorphine.com. And I will hand it over now to you, Aleksandar.
Thanks, Mike, for that introduction. So I also a big thank you to everyone who has joined today. So as Mike has already sort of pointed out, we'll be taking a look into polymesh modeling in Maya, and mostly looking into the idea of parent meshes and how that can improve workflow in Maya. I will be taking you through basically a full workflow that is necessary for you to kind of create some of the models that we've seen in the promo, and how exactly we do that in Maya. So I think without further ado, let's just start. Let's get into the Maya screen, and I will share my screen right now. So I think like for people who are still quite new to Maya, it's mesh modeling software. It's mostly been used in the entertainment industry. I think like anyone who's ever watched anything by Pixar or anything that's sort of VFX related, most likely you've been seeing some kind of results that are coming out from Maya as well. There are many native environments within Maya that pertain to different aspects of the software, because the software doesn't only deal with modeling, it also deals with, as you can imagine, VFX and similar other areas. In this webinar, we'll be focusing on modeling in particular. And in order to access the modeling tab, usually it's open in Maya by default, but you can take a look in your top left corner of the screen, and if it should say modeling here from the drop-down menu. This essentially adjusts your workspace so that you are more tuned to the modeling environment. So in order to kick off our tutorial, let's just kind of take a look into the UI just very briefly. In order to rotate in Maya, you need to use the key Alt and your left click, which will enable you to rotate the scene. Alt and middle click will allow you to pan, and Alt and right click and scrubbing up and down will allow you to zoom in. So this is like just a basic navigation within Maya. In order to start our tutorial, we will take a look at first at this ribbon. Right now, by default, it's on poly modeling. Please navigate to sculpting by clicking it, and then find this little box here. This is called the content browser within Maya, and we will be using the content browser to create a human form that we can start modeling on top of. So inside of this content browser, you will see that Maya by default, like all of you should have this, has a lot of material in it already. What we want to be looking at is modeling, sculpting base meshes, and take a look into bipeds, where you will find people as well. So we will just grab a body from here, which is like a basic body mesh, by middle mouse clicking, dragging, and dropping into our scene. After this is done, you can close your content browser, and then while you are in the space of Maya, you can just sort of pan a little bit and press the key F. F is the focus key, and it will basically just zoom extends everything within your screen. Or if an object is selected, it will focus on the object within the screen. So you will notice by now that there is like an outliner window on the side. The outliner is essentially a window which contains all of the information about your scene. So any object that is populated within the scene will appear in the outliner. If for some reason you do not see it, you can go to Windows and open it by choosing the outliner. So right now, what you can see here is just the human body mesh that we've created from Maya. And this becomes our base mesh on top of which we will start adding our own geometry. In order to do so, we will turn on an option in Maya that allows us to kind of, if I was saying it like maybe like sketch on top of the mesh, and that's making the mesh live. In order to do so, you will have to select the mesh, just wait for it to kind of highlight. And then here you have a bunch of different snaps. So if you work in any other 3D software, you know that there's like a grid snap or a point snap. It's basically when you move an object or you're sort of drawing a line or something, it will snap to another object within the scene, which can be a point, a vertex, or a grid line. And we are going to use this final little magnet object, which will now our highlighted object is written here, the human body, and it's no longer selectable. And everything that we add into the scene will try to stick to it. So in order to move on with this, we need to open up our modeling toolkit. And our modeling toolkit is located in the top right corner of the screen. It has this little box and a little tool next to it, like a hammer. If you click it, you will see that your current constraint, transform constraint, is the live surface of the human body. And what we are interested in is using the quad draw tool. So the quad draw tool actually, if you click it, will enable us to start sketching on top of this object and adding our own topology on top of it. So for those who are unfamiliar with the word topology, it essentially relates to the way that the mesh is structured. Every mesh computationally, in a sense, is made from points, edges, and the faces that those points and edges make. So Maya works mostly with quads, meaning four-sided faces. So that's kind of what you're aiming for in general. When you're modeling, it tends to produce the cleanest results. In order to use the quad draw, we need to create 4 points on top of this surface. So let's kind of zoom in somewhere around the eye. You need to create 4 points in the surface and then seal them into a face. The way that you do that is simply by clicking. Once you click, a little green dot shall appear. This is a point. This will be one of the points of your mesh. If you click in 4 other places somewhere on the object, in this case it's just this object that we've populated into the scene, you will now be able to seal this into a face. In order to do so, you need to hold down Shift, and this will highlight as you're hovering above it and tell you, okay, so there's 4 vertices here, and I can seal this into a face, so I can do that. And the resultant face should be this like blue quad face. In order to edit it, you can hover next to an element, whether it's an edge or a vertex. So if you hover near it, it should like highlight. And then you just kind of drag it to the position that you would prefer for it to be in. So just to answer some of the questions, are the bodies to scale? Actually, they are. You are, if you want to make so this is fine. If you're selecting the object, if you make it live, the only other thing that you need to do after that, after the object is seen in this here blue box as typed in as an object, you need to navigate to your toolkit editor here, which is in the top right corner, and it has this little box and a hammer next to it. After that, you need to use quad draw, which is in the lower section of your screen, and start creating the object. So right now, I've only basically, once you select it and it's highlighted in blue, you can start adding little dots along the object on which you are tracing. So if we want to continue this now, I will add 2 more dots here just by clicking. And then again, if you hold down Shift and hover in the center, it will create this kind of highlighted area, meaning that this can be sealed into a face. So essentially what we will be doing here is kind of trying to retopologize a section of this model in a way that it becomes like this mesh with a bunch of quad faces on top of it. So I can see that there's a little bit of a, there we go. People are catching up. So if your human is not a live surface, make sure that you select it from your outliner, and then click this little magnet tool here, and then you should be fine. So as we're moving on, I will just be adding more faces until we kind of start to retopologize the entire head. So we can just keep on adding more. We'll be working within this sort of hexagon geometry. So basically, we will always be trying to create a situation in which we have one quad and another quad, which kind of describe this almost rhomboid hexagonal shape. And like I was saying, always aim for quads, otherwise the meshes become very messy. So in order to continue doing this, I will add 2 more points like this and seal this into a quad. So click, and you are always left clicking, holding down Shift, hovering in between. So you can see, like, if you hover above other areas, you might be able to seal another phase, but this is the one that we want. So we are creating these like 2 very self-similar objects. So again, we can add more. And essentially what quad draw is usually used for, again, Shift, hover, and click. Click for 2 new points, Shift, hover, and click to seal the face. So what we usually kind of do with quad draw is retopologization. Like if you might get like a messy model, this is how you're trying to kind of make it like a topology that is quite nice, meaning very clean. So you might just keep adding these elements until you sort of have made it along the entire object. We'll just do a section of it for today. The aim of it is to create a mesh, like our new mesh that's not related to the object, that we can work easily on and add more detail to. So let's continue doing this and just kind of adding these faces along. And always kind of try to keep up in this way of creating more more hexagons that are merged to each other along one edge. So we can add more dots and keep retopologizing the surface of this human. This part of Maya, as you can see, like in terms of modeling, tends to be quite tedious, but what we want to achieve is basically a cleaner mesh that we can work on. High poly meshes, like the human body that we've seen added into the scene automatically, are very difficult to control in Maya, so we always are trying to sort of work with the lowest poly mesh that we can, and then add detail later on with adding subdivisions, which means that a mesh can be further subdivided into more smaller faces that will add more detail and more add more complexity to our mesh. So the same as before, I just keep adding new points, sealing them into a face by hovering in between, pressing Shift and clicking. So we'll just continue doing this for a while until we've created like a solid enough object. So let's add one more here and one more here. So for example, if you're not happy with a certain section of it and you don't really want the face anymore, you can also remove it. To remove a face, you need to press Control and then Shift together. And then if you hover above a face, you will see that there's a little X visualized next to your cursor. So now it's basically saying like you need to remove it. And if you click it, it will go away. So let's remove the ones that are around the eye, because we don't want the eye, for example, to be occluded. We can add another face here and create an end seal here just around the ear. You can also move, like I was saying, edges and vertices very easily and shuffling them around. They will keep locking to the surface because our surface currently is live. So however you move them, they will try to keep up with the object itself. So again, once we are happy with how this looks, we add 2 more points, hover in between, Shift, left click, and then you will be able to seal the quad completely. So let's say like this. I'm going to do it just a little bit faster now so that we can move on to other aspects of the tutorial. But essentially, this part, while a little bit tedious, is kind of a good setup for you to create a very clean mesh that you can work with rather easily. The reason I'm sort of outlining everything as this kind of like main hexagonal shape that has like 2 quads in it is because it kind of creates quite a nice pattern to work with later. It's not necessary to do it like this. It's just that you definitely want some level of, let's say, organization to be apparent even in your low poly mesh, so that you can expect your higher poly outputs to be a little bit more successful. So let's see, let's add a bit more here. Maybe we can add a little bit more heading down the arm and some more here. So for example, if you are happy with the amount of quads for whatever reason, we can exit this, this tool. You can usually exit by pressing the select option, and you will see that it's no longer highlighted. It's kind of sunken into the model in certain places because it just doesn't have enough definition in order to follow the curve of the body. But you can see that you're no longer in the tool itself. So another important part of how meshes are structured in Maya are different modes of selection. So for example, if we hold down our right click and don't release, we will see that we have the edge, the object, the vertex, and the face mode around this rollout menu. So if you're holding down your right click, you can hover and drag to any of these levels, and you will be able to select a certain level of organization within your mesh. Like we were saying, and I'm going to go back to object mode right now, so you can deselect everything, hover somewhere in the screen not related to the object itself, hold down right click and switch to object mode, and then release. The object mode essentially allows us to select a certain object within the scene. You cannot select your human body because it's a live object right now, but you can select the object that you've added into the scene, which is the retopologized mesh. So if you select it, it'll just highlights like this, like a green thing. And we want to, for example, isolate this so you can see it a little bit better. In order to isolate a certain object within your view, you need to press Control and the number 1 together, which kind of tells you, even in your view here in your camera, it will say something like isolate perspective, meaning that only one object is isolated within your view. So we can take a look a little bit better about how it's looking. So right now we're in object mode. This object is highlighted. And we can see the topology that we've created. But for example, if we wanted to change certain things that are not on the object level, we need to go into the sub mode of the object. So we hover again above it, hold down right click, and we can switch to vertex mode, for example. That will highlight all the vertices, and if we hover above them, we'll be seeing that they are selectable. So you can kind of select any of them. And if you want to move them around, you use the usual transformation tools like in any other software, like translation, rotation, and scaling. You can't scale a vertex, but you can scale other elements within the mesh. So if you kind of grab, you can also grab them by shift and selecting, or by dragging a screen, like very usual stuff. And then if you hit W, your gizmo or like your controller will change, and this gizmo becomes something that's basically like a way for you to translate objects in space by using one of these axes. So you can just use like the vertical axes or the horizontal ones if you like. And you also have these planes that are part of the gizmo that will try to move the objects within a certain plane. If you do the same with E, you'll be able to rotate them. And if you do something with R, you will be able to scale them. All this time, the live object is still on. So even if you try to move them around, let's say with W, you'll see that it's still sliding across the object. So it's kind of trying to follow our mannequin underneath. So I'm going to Control Z to undo. And then I'm going to press right click, hold down, and not go back to object mode. So let's go back to adding more elements on top of this topology. In order to unisolate the object and go back into full view, we press Control-1 again. So in order to isolate, you press Control and 1. Select option is the cursor that you see on the side of the screen. You can also press the key Q. If you press Q, that also shifts to the select mode. So let's go back to remeshing our mannequin. So in order to go back into our quadro, we need to select the target mesh that we want to edit, which in this case is our polysurface 1. We can select it from the outliner if you like. And with the live surface still on, we need to navigate back into our modeling toolkit, which is located in the top right corner. It's this box with a hammer. And then we scroll down until we find quadro, select it, and our mesh will be highlighted into blue again. It will be able to enter the remeshing again as we did before. So let's just add some more. Let's seal this face, add 2 more dots, seal with shift and right click. So sorry, left click. And then continue doing so here as well. Click, shift, left click to seal. Let's just add a few more faces in order to spread our topology around. And let's add some in the back. Maybe one more in the front. Left click, shift, left click, shift, left click. And then we have what we can refer to as our parent or our base mesh. So in order to go back, we can press Q. That is the select object mode. It automatically leaves the quadro, so it's no longer active. and then we hold down right click and go back to object mode, and then we release. So now we can select our mesh as a full object. And if we were to press W now, our gizmo will be in the origin. So right now the gizmo is here because this mesh was kind of created out of nothing. So the gizmo can only exist within the origin of the scene. In order to center the gizmo of this object to the object center, we need to snap to center. In order to do this, we'll hold down space. So you just press space and hold down, and it opens up this big rollout menu. Essentially, anything that you need in Maya is within this rollout menu. You can also access it by accessing the ribbons around. So like the top ribbon is also, you'll see that some things are already there, like Mesh Tools is also available here, or Edit Mesh is also available here. But I find that accessing the rollout menu makes things a bit quicker. So in order to do so, again, you just hold down space. You go to Modify, which is here, the fifth in the first line. And then you go to Center Pivot, all the while pressing space and navigating Center Pivot, and then release everything. And you will see that your gizmo has now snapped it into the center of this object. If you press F in order to focus, it will just kind of zoom in into the object that you are selecting right now, which is our mesh. Right now, we can release our live surface, so we no longer need this. So we go back to the area where we have these like magnets, and then click this again. So the light and make live is disabled. The prompt will appear on your screen. Now, when you move your object, for example, if we grab the surface from here, it will no longer be attached to the mesh underneath. So that's what we want. So basically, in order to move on from here, I think like what we want to do is make sure that our retopologized mesh isn't as sunken underneath the object as this one is. So for anyone who's not following, if you have not managed to center your pivot, you just need to select your object. In this case is the polysurface one that we created. Hold down space to open up the rollout menu, and then modify, you can go to center pivot. That is it. So what you get in the end is kind of this object with this pivot in the center. So in order to make sure that none of the elements of our mesh are sunken quite so low underneath the object of the body so that we can't actually see them, we're going to move them a little bit within their own axis. And in order to do this, we need to use transform component. So if we select again our object here, we need to go into face mode. So we hold down right click, we go to face mode, which is here, just hover above it. So in this case, it accidentally opened the face mode for the object of the body. We can just skip that. We just go back to object mode, again by pressing right click, selecting on the side. I will actually isolate this element that we have as the retopologized surface. Select from the outliner, it should be here. Then press Ctrl+1 again in order to isolate. There we go. Now go to face mode, again, right click and hold. Switch to face, release. And then select all of the faces, like this. So all the faces should be selected. You either drag select like this, or you click one face and click it, then click it twice very fast. And that will select all of the faces that are connected to each other. So if they share an edge, they will eventually be connected to one another. We can press Ctrl+1 again to unisolate this selection, and then press Shift, and then also right-click together, which in face mode now gives you a different menu. So before you could access vertex, face, and edge mode, but now you can actually access the functions that you can use to change stuff on top of your object. So in this case, you want to transform a component. And in order to do so, we need to go all the way down. So all the way down, and then underneath duplicate face, it says transform component. And then when you hover above it, you just release. And there's a gizmo now appearing, but this gizmo is a little bit different than the original one that we were using. So you will see that we are interested in the blue axis. We'll click this blue axis just as it is. And then while holding it and clicking it, just drag a little bit to the outside as if you're trying to kind of force it out. And you will see that slowly some elements of the wrapper are starting to appear outside of the body. This is happening because essentially what you're doing is you're forcing the face to sort of move along its own axis. So all of these faces have their own axis, like normal, like this one. And then as you move it along, it's kind of offsetting outside, right? So you kind of want to move it until you see enough enough of it on top of the body that it kind of looks like it's fitting a little bit better. Some intersection is not a problem. So the face in general was looking great even before, because simply it has more smaller faces on top. The body was a bit more of a problem, so now it looks better. In order to step back a little bit so that we don't lose so much of the clipping to the face, we can click on the side and then reselect just the faces that are on the head of our mannequin. So let's just drag and select these ones. And now in order to repeat the same action that we had before, which was transform component, we need to hit the key G. G will repeat whatever you've done just a moment before. So whatever the command was, it will just repeat it again. So if you hit G again, you again get your gizmo, but this time it's only working on the selected faces. So then we go back. Just kind of tuck it in a little bit. Yeah, that's looking much nicer. So now we're going to step back into object mode. So hover above the object, right click and hold, and then step into object mode and release. So right now what we have here is something that we will call our parent mesh. So everything that we do from now on will be based on this mesh. If we want to do this, we kind of select our object. First, I'm going to rename it in the outliner. So you navigate back to your outliner with the object selected, and you click twice onto the object's name, and just call it low poly mesh, and then hit enter to accept. This can be any name. You can choose whatever you like. In order to move on, we actually want to create a copy of this so that we can save this one, so that we have it for later use if we need it. So in order to do that, we select it and then we press Control and D together. So D for Delta. So Control and D together will create a duplicate of the mesh, which is sitting right on top of the old one. So it looks like there's one, but there's actually two. So this low poly mesh from before that we had, I think like we actually, let me just see in your Q&A, seems that you guys have a question. So just like if the trouble is with isolating the mesh, Control-1 isolates it. Control-1 again will be able to un-isolate it, so you step back into the old object. So essentially what you should be seeing on your screen right now is just an object like your mannequin with the retopologized object on top. So that's what we want. I will remove this mesh. So this is what everyone should have by now. Let's see, Q&A. So I see a question here. How do we make sure we retain the original position of the poly surface related to human body as it has moved now? I'm not quite sure what you mean, but if you want to kind of make sure that it's in the right position, you should move mesh away from the body. So if you want to move, if you want to move the mesh away from the body, like one option, like I was saying before, you can move the whole object, right? Like if you select the object, you press W and you move it along. this moves the whole object. But what we wanted to do was make sure that the object kind of is staying in the same place, but it's kind of just offsetting on top of the object so that you don't really see the intersection. In order to do so, you need to switch back to your face mode. So you select your object, you right click, go to face mode, then oops, release. So in order to avoid this, because sometimes it selects the other object in the back, since we're not going to do anything with this object anyway, I'm going to lock it. So select your body or the human body, and then on the side, on top of your modeling toolkit, which is now active, there's something called the channel box or the layer editor. Open this up. It should show you like the translations and the rotations and the scaling of the object, as well as the inputs here. And underneath that, you have layers. So in order to create a new layer, you need to click this object here that it has like a little plane and a plus sign. And that creates a new layer. You can select your low poly mesh, which is your human body mesh, which is this one. And then you can navigate back to your layer, click it, then right click, and then add selected object. This means that your object of the body is now inside of the layer, and we can lock the layer, like you lock a layer in Rhino, for example. The layer is locked when the third box says R. And now if you try to select it, you cannot do it. You can only select this object here. So in order to move the faces so they don't intersect with the body, you select them, you hold down right click, go to face mode, release. You can select all of the faces, then hold down shift, and then hold down right click again while hovering above the faces, and go to transform component. Transform component, after you release, will show this gizmo that allows you to kind of move stuff around. So we want to move stuff around along the blue axis. And if you click the blue axis to confirm that that's the axis that you want, you can then click and hold and just move stuff. So you can see, if I exaggerate it, obviously, like it's trying to kind of move everything within its own axis. Like each face is trying to move within its own normal, right? I'm going to do Control Z because I've already done this process. And you basically do it until you kind of see that this sort of is making sense. Like some intersection is not that big of a deal. It's okay. So if we want to move on from this, we will go back to the object mode. We hover and hold down right click, go to object mode and release. So now we want to create a duplicate of this, obviously, because I want to save this thing, because I want to use it later for other things and not operate on it. We press Control D. Your low poly mesh should appear here, so you have like two on top. In order to hide one, the original one, which we want to save anyway, we select it, go into our viewport, just move it around so that you confirm that you are hovering the viewport, and then press Control and H together. If you press Control and H together, this object will be now hidden. If you take a look at your outliner, you will see that this object is not grayed out. If it's grayed out, it means it's hidden. If it's active like this, like white, then that basically means that the object is still visible and selectable from the scene. So we have our copy saved. It's really important that you save it. Don't lose this copy, because everything else will be based on it. And this new one, we can actually work on and do whatever we like to. So in order to make a duplicate, you press Control and D, D for Delta. So Control and D will create a duplicate of your object. So let's take a look. So now that we have this object as it is, we want to create some kind of detailing on top of it. So the first thing that I want you guys to do is to go to face mode. Select all of the faces. They usually get selected by default, but if they're not, just drag and select. Then do Shift, right click, and then poke face, and then release. If you do this, all of the faces will actually create 4 new faces inside, connecting the outer vertex and the central vertex that they add inside. So now you essentially have a bunch of triangles, right? So for example, now we want to create a little bit of like depth to this. So we want to always grab the central vertex that we've created here and move that out. So we actually want this to become something like that. Okay. We can obviously do it like by selecting an object and then holding down Shift and adding other stuff to the selection like this, one by one. For example, I've just selected a few. Then we will transform the component again like we did with the faces. So Shift, right click, transform component, release, and then click the blue axis, and then click and drag. So this should give you something like this, okay? But if you have like a really big mesh, this might get a bit tedious. So what you would want to do is kind of find a better way to select. So let's for now do it like this. Just click on object, Shift, and add more. Just kind of grab the ones that are in the center right now. Press G, and then that will repeat the transform component command, and then drag again along the object. So you have something like this. So for now, we've been keeping only to the what's referred to as one mode in Maya. So it's like if you select your object, for example, now, and you press the number 3 on your keyboard, you will see that it changes. This change is referred to as the Catmull-Clark method, and it actually is why Maya is so popular within animation. It essentially allows you to keep your number of faces, like these faces that we see here, very low, but in mode 3, like when you press number 3, it gives you a very smooth mesh because of the method that it's using. So the mesh itself, it's still very low poly, like it doesn't have a lot of faces, but it's appearing as very smooth. If you want to navigate back to your old mode that it's just like as it is, you just press number 1. So I can repeat it. It's basically like if you want to move between the modes, you either press, while selecting the object, you either press 1 or 3, and then you can go back and forth. Yes, so this is a really good question. Can we select all the center points at once instead of clicking individually and selecting? Very good question. You can do this because Maya has a very interesting tool called not so much tool, but a method of like selection constraints. So we created the center points by poking the face. So it's like you just select all of the faces, you press Shift, right click, and then you poke face, which is here. So select all the faces from face mode, Shift, right click, and poke face. So in order to create to only select the vertices that belong to the center of the face rather than the other ones, we can use selection constraints. We can select everything within the mesh like this, like all of the vertices. And then instead of pressing Shift and right click like we've been doing so far to access these transformation tools, in order to access the selection tools, we press Control and right click. And there's something called selection constraints at the end of the tab. You want to click this, and then you release. So if we were to do this, like what would appear is this kind of a window that says polygon selection constraints on vertices. And what we already know about the vertex that is sitting in the center is that it might have a different number of vertices that is attached to than the other ones. So let's see if we can isolate it like this. So in order to isolate it, we need to in our polygon selection constraint on vertices window, first select all and the next, which means that the selection method will be applied on everything within your mesh. Then open the geometry tab, and you will find something called neighbors. Activate this, and you will see that if everything is in 0, like you won't be able to you will not be able to see anything selected. But then if you say that you're giving it a constraint of the minimum and the maximum of the vertices, let's say we select the maximum at 10, you see that they start appearing. So let's try to cut it down. Like, let's just try going back until we see, there we go. So this is actually getting quite accurate. Like, I can see that the central vertices are selected in each faces. The only thing that we need to get rid of is that we don't actually want these vertices on the edge of the entire mesh to be selected at all. We can discriminate against them essentially by saying that instead of the location being off, we only want the stuff that is on the inside. So not anything that's located on the edge of the mesh. If you click this as well, it removes everything that's on the edges of the mesh, and it is only selecting the central vertices of each face. Once you've done this and you're happy with this new selection, which I think this one is correct, you want to never forget to do this because it can get really annoying. When you close this window, always close and reset. Otherwise, this selection constraint will constantly be applied, and you won't know why you cannot select certain vertices. So always make sure you close and reset. And then we will use the same transformation method on the rest of these vertices. So I'm going to remove the ones here because I've already selected them and I've moved them, so I don't want to move them again. And in order to remove them from the selection, I will hold down Control and then drag and unselect with the window. I just don't need these. So instead of doing it one by one, you could have done this from the beginning, right? And then you, again, Shift and right-click, and then you transform component, and then release. And then with the blue arrow, we move up, and now you can see the entire mesh is growing the way that we grew all of these beginning ones, you know, kind of separately. So it kind of, if I were to make this or do this again very fast, this would be just a couple of clicks, right? You don't need to like go and select every vertex separately. And now we will release everything by hovering, pressing right click, and then going to object mode, just so that we can kind of go back to our object as a whole and take a look at what we have. That looks quite nice. So now, for example, if you wanted to turn this into a bit of a lattice, you know, so it's almost this is like these triangles on top of the object. What I would usually do in order to create a little bit of like a nicer definition of the lattice is I want to, if you, for example, stepped into number 3 right now, you would see that everything is kind of smoothed over because every edge in this situation is sort of attached to itself, right? So what you would want to do is you hover, you go to edge mode, and then release. Select all of the edges, and then press space and hold. And then you go to this long tab here that says Edit Mesh, and then you go to Detach, and then release. What detach does, it makes sure that like none of these edges are any longer connected objects. So for example, if I went to face mode, double clicked and tried to select everything again, it actually tells me this face is now a singular object, in fact. Like it's not connected to anything else. So the reason why I did this is because I want to add one level of subdivision on these triangles without them becoming the curvy version of them like that you usually get when you press number 3. So that only happens when the face is disjointed from its neighbor. So when these edges are actually sitting on one on top of another, rather than being merged edges. So in order to subdivide this once, we go back to object mode. So right click and hover above the object and go to object mode and release. And then your poly modeling tab, which is located in this ribbon with a bunch of icons on it. So right now we're in sculpting because that's where we went to the content browser, but we actually want to go to poly modeling. There is this thing here, like there's a tool that if you hover above it, should say smooth. it shows like four squares becoming like 16 squares, essentially, this one. So if you select your object, let me save the scene. If you select your object and you click this tool now, you will actually see, I will turn on wireframe on top of this object so you can see what I mean. In order to do so, you just take a look at this ribbon here right around your screen, and then click this. So like this one, it basically is showing like edged surfaces on top of your shaded object, so you can see the subdivisions. So now if you take a look at these subdivisions, you can see that there's another layer of edges inside. In order to add, like, let's say, a more of a lattice type structure on top of this, we now want to extrude everything in and kind of create like these almost linear members along the edge of the object. So we select our object, go to face mode by right-clicking, holding, and then hovering to face. Select all of the faces, and then shift, right-click, and this time, instead of using transform constraint, let's go to extrude face. So instead of going to transform component is here, go to extrude face, and then release. After you do that, you'll actually see that there's a little tiny window appearing called poly extrude face. And this window actually allows you to set everything that you want to set with regards to your object, you know, like how it's like being extruded. So the first thing that you want to do is to make sure that all of these can remain 0, but in offset, try to make it like, give it a value of 0.5. Okay, that's quite big, so let's go for something a bit smaller, 0.25. Okay, that looks a bit better. So you will see that like now the faces have offsetted inside, and you have this edge moving around, like this becomes almost like a linear member. So we're quite happy with how this looks. Like this offset looks fine. There might be some issues somewhere else, but we can fix them later if it's just like a tiny thing. So now what I want you to do is to grow your selection. So in order to grow a selection, you need to press Shift, and then there's this sign that's like greater than, if you remember from maths. So that's quite an easy one. So it's like, if you take a look at the Shift on your keyboard, the one that's more towards the part of the keyboard where you have all of those arrows. So Shift, and then the on the left-hand side of it, there's the greater than sign. If you press those two together, it grows your selection once. So you can see that what is selected is the internal faces that we had, plus the edge face that is like this linear member around of the object. So then after you've done that, what you need to do is invert your selection, because you want to get rid of the back face that is being added on top of this extrusion. So if you want to do that without the hotkeys, you can also go to the Select tab here, which is in your main ribbon. And then you can do inverse. Now the selection is inverted. For example, if I just wanted to show you what I mean, I'll press Control-1 to isolate the face. So this is the back face of the extrusion, the face that we don't really need. So we just want to delete this one. So I just press Delete and it goes away. So now if you were to press 3, this is how your object should look. Like it should have these like faces on top of each other that are kind of disjointed. Now we actually don't even need this internal object. So instead of, again, like you would be, you know, selecting one by one and moving along, you actually want to remove only the stuff that's on the edge. For those who missed the subdivision part, I will just show it very quickly on the old mesh that we had. So for example, if I were to select my mesh that I've saved from before, I just select the mesh, press Control-D to have a new copy. I'm just using this one to show you what I mean. I will unhide it by pressing Shift-H instead of Control-H. And then I'll press W to move it to the side so you can see. So the subdivision thing is basically you selecting the object, navigating to your poly modeling tab, and then in the poly modeling tab, you have a little subdivision, a box here, which shows these like 4 boxes becoming 16 boxes. If you press it once, it will add more subdivisions to your object. If I press G now, it will add more and more. So this is how I added more subdivisions on each face. So let's just delete this one for now. We don't need it. Hope that clears it up. So let's go back to what was happening with this part. So we select the object, go into face mode, like this. Select all of the faces first. If they're not selected, just drag selected. Press Control and right-click until the rollout menu appears. And then go to Selection Boundary. And then release. So that only selects the, I will now step back into mode 1 by pressing 1. That only selects these like edge members, not anything in the center. So I will invert this selection again. So I will go to Select, Invert or Inverse, and then I'll delete everything that's inside. So now we have like this almost like a member type structure on top. And what I want to do now, because I want to make sure that everything is properly merged, I want to select the object again as an object in object mode. And then again, hold down space, go to Edit Mesh, and then go to Merge. And then release. What merge does, if I went to view 3, is basically make sure that these edges are merged back again, so that we kind of no longer have that sharp boundary in between. So this becomes like a one object as it was before. So you can toggle between 1 and 3 in order to see this happening. Just to kind of repeat what happened before, if we wanted to select the boundary faces only, let me see if I can step back. If you want to select the face boundaries only, you would select all of the faces, Control and right click, and then you can do the selection boundary. That basically just selects only the bounding faces. In this case, because it's just one face, it cannot select anything other than the faces that it already has. But if you did, for example, in this case, I can do it with the edges. So if I went to the edge mode, so right click, hover, release once you get to edge, and I select all of the edges and then do the same, like Control, right click, edge boundary. So now I'm not selecting anything inside, only the boundary edges. So basically, if we have this object like this now, select all of the edges, and I want to select the boundaries actually. So Control, right click, select the boundary. So I only want to see like these naked edges on the outside, nothing in the inside being selected. Now I want to grow the selection again, like I did before. So Shift and greater than. It grows the selection once. So you can see that now these orange ones are selected. This is the ones that we actually want. So I will invert the selection again. So I go to Select, Inverse. And I can now push these elements out in order to create a little bit of a depth to our frame, right? So I can do it again with the transform constraint. So Shift, right click, transform component, and then just push it out a little bit so we get a little bit of a thickness to our frame, which I think can look quite nice. And that's, let's say, one of the basic ways to add more detail to your existing mesh. So the reason why we saved the original mesh, if I now duplicate it, for example, and then do Shift and H in order to unhide this duplicate, you can kind of see that the subdivision of the old mesh is matching quite well to the new mesh, to this new latest mesh that we have on top. So now I'm going to do another exercise on top of the duplicate that will also be sort of matching the existing mesh, the more detailed one that we just created. So we've created a copy, still keep this one, the old one, hidden and active so that you know that you have it in case you need it. And with the new copy, what I'm going to do, I'm going to step into Control 1, so isolate mode. And then I'm going to press 3. So in 3, we can see that this kind of loses a little bit of the definition of this kind of hexagon versus how it looks in 1. So there's a way to make sure that this definition is a little bit, you know, more coming across a little bit more. So we will go to Edge mode. And then use Shift and right click. And this time, instead of using extrude or component, transform component, we're going to use crease. So crease is the first tool that appears here on the top. And the crease is a little bit tricky. So now I want you to press Shift and the middle mouse button, and then try to drag towards the right, as if you're kind of just making a horizontal line to the right. As you're dragging to the right and holding down Shift, you will see that these edges become like sharper and sharper and sharper. We don't want them to become too sharp, but we do want some definition of the hexagon to come back through. So this is kind of what we want as a result. So we're still in 3 mode, but our definitions of our hexes are a little bit more pronounced. And now with all of this on, we step back into object mode by Shift, right-clicking, going to object mode and releasing. And now we're going to press Q for selection, select the object, and we will subdivide like we did before. So in our poly modeling tab, in the subdivision, these 4 squares are becoming 16. We hit it again. And we add like 1 layer of subdivision on top, which should look kind of like this. We can now go back to 1 mode just to see how it looks. That looks quite good. So now what I want to do is unlink the internal edges that are going like in one direction, let's say the transversal direction. So we want to go back to edge mode. So if we do edge mode, hover above the object, right click, edge, release. If we double click one of these, we'll see that instead of selecting one edge, when you double click, it selects the entire loop that is connected to it. So every edge that flows in the same direction connected to the edge that we've just double clicked will get selected into the same selection like I just showed. So now we actually want to get all of these along the mesh and detach them. So what I would do, I would click this one, double click, then Shift, and then double click again in order to add more. Keep holding down Shift and double clicking and adding more of these elements. So imagine like we were trying to use our old mesh, but just kind of make everything a hexagon. So we detach everything that would create a hexagon. So we can just grab these along as we move. So Shift and double clicking, it just grabs the entire loop. Holding Shift and double clicking on the edge just adds more. So you just keep adding. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that should be fine. So now we actually want to detach this. So if, just so we follow what's happening, we can press 3. So we see these highlighted as they should be. And then we press space again, hold, edit mesh, and detach, like we did before. And once it detaches, you can kind of see that these little folds are happening because now this part of the mesh is detaching from the outer one. So now go to object mode, release, and we have this new mesh setup. So what we want to do is maybe create like these, almost like these bumps inside of the mesh, so we can use a similar method to what we used just before. So we go back to edge mode again, select all of the edges, then Control, right click, go select to selection boundary, release. That only selects the naked edges. We grow the selection once with Shift and greater than, and then we invert the selection again by going to select and then inverse. And now we want to move these internal edges along their own normals. So we do Shift, right click, and go to transform component again. So you can see like we're not using that many tools, but if we now move along, we can get like quite a nice object underneath. We release this with object mode and release. And then go step back from our isolate mode by pressing Control 1. And take a look at what we have. So we still have our lattice on top, but we also have this kind of inflated bubble, let's say, object underneath. So I think in general, like what we're looking to do with the webinar as well, with regards to prosthesis, is kind of create these very elaborate forms, but whereas the webinar is kind of only delving into the technical side of how to do it in Maya, in the master's course, we'll actually be looking more to the conceptual framework as well. So you will actually be relating this more heavily to how this prosthesis might relate to the architecture that corresponds to it. So if we take this mesh now, like the new mesh that we've created, I'm just going to create a copy of it, hide one of the copies by selecting it from the outliner and then hitting Control H. And then this new copy, I'm going to go to one mode just to make it like sharp as it is like right now. And then Control 1 to isolate select. And then I'm going to add even more subdivisions on top of it. Like that. So now you can see that the creases are also disappearing because it's become so subdivided that it no longer needs an additional tool to tell it that it needs to be more sharp than it already is. So you kind of have this bubble wrapper inflated a bit more. So I'm going to select the object again and hit G to do the subdivision again until it becomes this kind of quite dense mesh. So this mesh now, we're going to do a little bit of an operation on it to create a diagrid instead of this quad mesh. So we're going to change the direction of these subdivisions from what is like this quad division to something that's more of like a rhomboidal subdivision. In order to do this, we need to create a selection set. So we will move to the edge mode of the object. So hover above it, go to edge mode, select all of the edges. So all of them, we need all of them. Then press space, hold, go to create, go to sets. So pressing space, create, sets, and then create a set, and then release. You'll see that there's a little set appearing here now in your outliner. It's basically like a subdivision or like a set of your elements that you've saved, and then you can, later on select them again. So you don't need to like search for them one by one. In order for this to work, the next step is to go to face mode, select all of the faces, shift, right click, and then go to poke. So shift, right click, poke, and release. So you can see that all of these faces now have a subdivision inside of them. And this is the diagrid subdivision that we actually want. But we want the old edges to go away. We don't need them. Like we just want it to still be a quad, but to be kind of subdivided in this kind of diagonal direction rather than in the quad direction. So we just need to select our old edges and get rid of them, right? So we step back into object mode, click on the side. We click on the set here, right click, and then select members. And after all these members are selected, you can see the old edges there, you can just hit delete. And then you can see that your entire flow of your mesh is completely changed. Like now, it's now more of a diagrid than it was like this kind of quad grid. And I think it looks a bit nicer actually. So the next thing that we're going to do is create like perforations on top of this mesh in order to create some kind of a little bit more of detail. So I will take this mesh, I will duplicate it again. So in order to delete the edges like they were before, I will just step back really quickly. So if you've had these edges like this, you go to your outliner, you have your selected or saved set, you right click the set and you select the members. And after they're selected, you just hit delete and they're gone. So I'm going to create a duplicate of this one because I don't want to lose it. I'll hit Control D and then hide this one with Control H. I just need my duplicate. And now I'm going to use extrude tool, but I will extrude every single face separately. So I will go to face mode, select all of the faces, then shift, right click, extrude face. But this time in the extrude face options, there's something called keep faces together. Usually it's on, but in order to actually extrude each face separately rather than the entire object, you need to keep it off. So now, instead of using the offset, what we're going to do is we're going to use this gizmo. So so far we've only been using translation, but you can also actually use other methods of transformation as well. So if you wanted to, for example, scale, you would need to confirm that scale is what you want. So you need to click on the box rather than the arrow. So you click on one of the boxes, anyone will do, doesn't matter. I'll click on the blue one. So now the gizmo is confirming that this is a scaling pattern that you want. And then you use the center box, the yellow one, the light blue one in the center. You click it and hold, and then drag inside until they kind of become small like this. So let's first do something like this, like just a little bit of an offset, like nothing special. And then you can delete that, which creates this kind of mesh on top quite easily. So you have like this sort of translucent mesh. Let's take a look. So there's like a mesh and a lattice on top now. Let's see if there's more questions. Yeah, so this is also a good question. Won't there be memory vertices in case of deleting vertices if we delete without pressing control? This only is important if you're deleting a loop. So if there's a loop on your geometry that you want to delete consistently without creating n-gons, which is what you're saying, you need to press control and delete. Otherwise, if you're just removing an edge inside of a quad, which was a triangle anyway, it's not necessary. You can just hit delete. So in this case, it doesn't matter, but you are right. If it were a situation in which we had like a long loop, it is a safe bet to hit Control D instead, because that also deletes not only the edge, but the associated vertex, so it avoids n-gons. In this case, it's not relevant though. All right, so for example, like I think this looks quite nice, but what we would want to maybe achieve with these openings is that they're not like so uniform, right? So like right now they're all the same and they kind of look the same. But if we wanted to, for example, create them in like more of a gradiated version, we would actually be using a blend deformer. So in order to do this, I'm going to, for now, like this one is fine as it is. I will just move it to the side. So I'll press W and move it. So this is one version of it. I will uncover the previously hidden one by selecting it from the outliner and then pressing Shift H. And I will duplicate it and move it to the side in order to show you how to deal with this approach. So this object now that we have here, if we wanted to create these openings, but kind of gradiate them a little bit so that they're not so easily, like so uniformly distributed. The first thing to do before doing this is delete history. History is basically all of the actions you've taken on your object over time. They kind of amass and they make your Maya scene quite unstable. In order to just get rid of it, to make sure that, that you have no issues, you would go to Edit, delete all by type in this case, because we want to kill the history on all of the objects, and hit delete history. This cleans up your scene a little bit. You won't see any difference like visually, but like computationally, there is a difference for Maya. So what I want to do now is to take these, take this object, go to face mode. So you hover and go to face. You can mirror an object. That's actually quite a nice question as well. You can mirror it by duplicating the object, obviously, and then pressing R. And like the maybe like a bit of a fake version of a mirror is to pull the object through its own axis. Like, so you kind of negatively scale it. In order to make sure that this actually corresponds to the object itself, you can also hold down J, which is a step snap. If you hold down J and then you mirror through it, it actually snaps to -1. So you actually know that this for sure is a mirror of your object. So you can do this as well. You can also do it simply by selecting the object, going to your channel box editor, and then adding the -1 here. If we see originally it was 1, like this direction. If it's -1 and -x, it will be mirrored. Let's just up. So in this case, what I wanted to show, I will just delete this one for now, is how to extrude this, but make sure that you can do it in a gradient. So we will select the object, go to faces, all of them, shift, right click, extrude face once again. But this time, when we keep together faces together, we do off still. And this time, I actually want to make sure that I only scale a little bit at first. So I will, again, select one of the boxes, doesn't matter which one, and then use the central one to just offset just a little bit, like just tiny amount, doesn't need to be more than this. You can now delete this, whatever is inside. So we have one object like this. If we step back into object mode, we can create a copy of it and move it to the side. But then we need to go back to this object where we did the extrusion. And then in our channel box layer editor, you will see that there's delete component because I deleted the internal face, but there's also this one poly extrude from before. If we click this and expand this node, you will actually see that until I will scroll down. So see in the local scale, X and Y and Z, I only scaled to the 90%, which basically means there's like a tiny amount of scale. That's how we got the other object that I just duplicated. This time around, instead of doing it at 0.95, I'm going to do it at almost like 0.1. So like it's almost fully closed. Like this, there's still a hole there, but it's so tiny that you cannot see it. And I will need this object as well. So I'll Control D and duplicate it too. And I will select the second object that we made just before and move them over. Again, now, in order to keep a clean scene, because sometimes Maya goes haywire, we go to Edit, delete all by type, and we delete history. Now we're going to use Mesh to connect these two objects and to decide which part of the mesh will look more like this one or like this one, which basically introduces the gradient that we were talking about, right? So I will select one of them. I will select let's say this one, the one that's more porous. And then we will switch from our modeling tab to our FX tab. So in your top left corner of the screen, modeling should switch to FX just for a moment. And we will go to Mesh. Mesh is basically a tool in Maya. It just says this, so M-A-S-H, like in capitals. You open it, you go to Utilities, and then you find something called Create Mesh Blend Deformer. and you choose that one. You'll see that it appears in your channel box, and it basically creates like this little node. We want to make sure that it understands that it needs to use this object to connect to this object, which is polymesh number 7. We added the mesh node to polymesh number 6. So we go to the attribute editor, which is just underneath the modeling toolkit. So in the same area of the screen on the side on the right, you click your attribute editor, and you'll see all of these little tabs on top. You can hover above like the one that says low poly mesh shape, and then use your scroll to navigate until you find something called the Mesh Blend Deformer 1. So just scroll or just move along through your ribbon until you find something called Mesh Blend Deformer 1. So right now our blend value is 0, but there's also nothing to blend to. Because if you take a look into this tab of the attribute editor here, in the connections tab, which is not expanded yet, it wants us to give it a blend mesh. So right now it's not connected to anything, so it doesn't really know what to blend between. So in order to connect it, we need to connect the number 7 to this. So in order to do so, we go to our outliner, we use our middle mouse button, we hover above polymesh 7, and you'll see that now there's like a little plus sign next to your cursor, and then you move until you hover above the blend mesh section, and then you release. If you release and it gives you this like low poly mesh shape name of your other mesh, and it's in yellow, that means that the connection is active and successful. So now the blend value, you actually want to change it to something more. So can you see, like, as I change the blend value and I zoom in, I can actually see that this is changing, right? But we also need an influence object that tells it like, okay, so don't change everywhere in the same way. We also need to change you like differently in different areas. So in order for that to happen, we need to use a fall off object. So in the same tab, in the blend mesh deformer tab, there's a fall off object. If you just scroll down, like you just kind of look here, it's something called fall off object. You need to expand that thing, like expand the tab with the fall off object. And there's a little plus sign and like the dashed box. Right click into this area and then click create. And then it will say in a prompt in your screen, mesh created mesh fall off. And inside of your outliner, you will have like this new object, which is not a mesh, it's something else. It has a little different icon next to it. And you will see that it's in the origin of your scene. You can move it along and then move it until it's really close to your mesh. Now press F in order to focus. Let's zoom out a little bit. And let me just kind of move this in until it gets really close to your mesh. Can you see now the difference? It's almost like an attractor. If anyone is using Grasshopper, they will be able to see what I mean. Like it's an attractor that kind of creates a difference within the. Okay, so fall off is essentially like the diminishing value of this kind of object. So basically, let's say there's a center of this sphere, right? And depending on the distance of this center from any other object in this blend deformer, it assigns a value. So it basically says, the closer you are to me, the more likely you are to look like mesh number 7. But if you're really far away, you're going to look like mesh number 6. So if I take this fall off object, which is just like, it's not a mesh, it's just like a transform object in the scene, which has a position, and I press R, I can actually scale it, so I can increase its area of influence quite easily. So if I increase it, you can see that this is kind of spreading around our object. So you can see that the effect of the, let's say, the attractor is spreading around. So you can see that our mesh, I will turn off the wireframe for just a little bit, so I think you'll be able to see a little bit better. So you just go to your ribbon around your UI, and then you just hit this one again. Yeah, this is much easier to see now. So you can kind of see how it's blending from one object to the other based on the position of this fall off object. And you move it around if you like. So this kind of gives you a bit more control into what your output mesh will look like. And if you like, you can add as many of these as you like. So you can add more. If you want to control the properties of the one that we already have, the closest. So what if we want the closest point to be bigger and farthest to be small? I'm pretty sure that you can invert that. Let's see if it's possible. So if I take this fall off object again, just select it. The fall off node is a separate node to the one of the blend deformer. You can double click it. And let's see if we can invert it. Okay, so there's a fall off ramp attached to our fall off node. So in case that you didn't follow how I got here, so go back to your mesh that has the blend deformer on it. This is where we were. Navigate to your fall off object, double click the new shape that you've created, and then you'll go into the node that's specifically just the fall off. See this function here, which is kind of saying big to small. If we wanted to invert this, for example, I will just take this point, just drag and move it somewhere else, and then take this one and move it there. I think this basically does what you are asking. Essentially, it just inverts the effect of the fall off. So now it's like the openings are bigger as they are closer to the fall off. So let's say we just kind of want to create a bit more to add a little bit more diversity into this object and not just keep it with one attractor. We can still go back to our mesh number 6. We can create another fall off object. There it is. And let's move that one as well into the scene. You just kind of move it until it's starting to align a bit more with the object itself. So with this one, we also want to invert the effect because we're now working with like the reversed effect. So we just double click the new one. And then we invert this as well. And let's see how that works. Whoops, something weird has happened. Oh, I think I used the wrong one. If you have missed steps, because I see that there's some complaint on that, make sure, like, kind of remember that this will also be recorded. So, like, you will receive a recording anyway, so you will be able to retrace your steps. I promise everything is there. Just try to keep up with whatever we have right now, and then sort of retrace your steps in the recording if you're able to do it later. Oops, sorry. So I've just turned off one of these attractors, unfortunately, which reversed it again. Seem to have created a little bit of a mishap. Oh, there we go. No, this one's correct. Let's see if the other one is correct as well. For some reason, they're overriding each other, which should not be happening. Oh. Did I mistake something? Whoops. Let me just go back because I think I've been a bit careless. I'll delete this one. Let's remove our fall off object and I'll create a new one just in case. So I'll navigate back to my nodes, create a fall off. Okay, now it's working again. So you can just delete them if you don't want them anymore. You can just delete them from the outliner if you prefer. Let's expand this and put it somehow closer to the object. Smaller, and then invert again. Okay, that's actually not bad. Well, maybe a bit too big. So once you're happy with this, because obviously this will become like this will remain dynamic until you kind of get rid of the history, because killing the history kills all of the connections in between these like dynamic meshes that are kind of in between stuff. So if you kind of want to get rid of that somehow, you delete the history again, but then this will no longer be movable. Like as you've had it, you'll just have it forever. So if you go to edit and you delete all by type and delete history, you'll see that the actual connection to the influence node disappears, and this object is now like a, let's say, a passive mesh. So if we bring it back, let's say this one we can hide, but let's use this one. That's looking kind of nice. And obviously you can tweak this as much as you want. And you can use this between any two meshes, but what is really, really important, you can only blend meshes that have the same topologies. So they need to originate from the same mesh, from the same operation. You can't just, you know, take two random meshes that have nothing to do with each other. Otherwise, your Maya will not know how to interpolate between the vertices. Let's see. Okay. So I think we have like two objects on top of this now, but we can certainly explore some more options. So I'm going to delete these copies for now. I don't actually need them. Let's see the one that we have from before, Shift H. Okay, this one will do. So let's take this one, for example. I will duplicate it, move it to the side, and I will hide the old version of it. Okay, that's nice. Let's see if there are more questions. Nope. So let's take a look at how we can also use maybe loops inside of this, not just separate faces. So, for example, if we were to go to edge mode now and double click an edge, you can actually see that the entire loop is being selected. So for example, I might want to somehow accentuate the fact that there are these edges along the mesh. So you might want to kind of create these as stripes, for example. You would be able to do that if you were removing every stripe which flows in one direction. So in order to do this, obviously one of the options would be to like select one and then double click and select another one, but this would obviously take a little bit long to do. So yeah, this type of modeling can be easily applied to the facade. The only thing you would need to be careful of is like you cannot as free-formally model, obviously, because you kind of want to keep things a bit more uniform, but that would only basically mean that you just need to keep a uniform mesh underneath rather than the one that I had before. So in order to kind of accentuate these lines, as I was saying, you can select the full ring of the lines, which is, you know, double clicking selects a loop, but then if you shift and then double click the edge next to it, you can select the full ring. But what we actually want is for this ring to become all of the edges that are associated with it, which we can do by going to select, convert selection, and then go to edge loop. So if you can see what happened, all of the edges from this direction became these long loops. So what we want to do is we want to keep adding the rings by shift, click, and then the adjacent edge with shift active still being held. You double click, it gives you this full ring, and then you press G in order to convert to the loop again. Let's just do this for a little while until we grab a sufficient amount of loops. Just keep doing it, and the conversion of the selection actually makes it a lot faster than it would otherwise be. Let's see. You don't need to do all of them, but let's do a bit more. So I think by now you're kind of realizing that in Maya, what you really need to be most mindful of is the topology. So how you set up your mesh, how you convert the edges from one direction to another, how you treat these conversions is really, really important in order for you to understand what actually is happening. and for you to be able to anticipate how the mesh will change over time. Because otherwise you can have quite a lot of issues with how your mesh is output. So it's best to kind of keep these very clean workflows in which you keep the low poly versions always stashed somewhere else in copies, so that you can always go back to them if you need to. So let's see what we have here. I think that's actually enough. We don't need to get all of them. We can always get rid of the excess if we want to. So now I actually want to get rid of the connection. I want these to become like their own stripes. So let's do something like hold down space, go to edit mesh, and then go to detach, and then release. There's a small trick that you can do in order to visualize these meshes a little bit better. So like if I go back to object mode, you can already see, like, because the smoothing group has been broken, you can actually see that there is like a little bit of a texture here. Like you can kind of tell that there is a connection, like a disconnection in between these edges. But there's also a little bit of a trick that you can do to kind of visualize this a little bit better, which only relates to how you visualize the mesh itself. So in order to do so, you select the object, you press press space, and we want to change the display. So in the first line, you have in the middle, you have the display, and you go to polygons, because this is a polygonal mesh that we're trying to change the display of. We go all the way down to custom polygon display, and then we release. And for me, the settings are already there, but I'll show you really quickly how to achieve these settings where the naked edge or the detached edge is actually somehow like thicker than the edges that are connected. So again, first select the object, space, display, polygons, all the way down. But instead of just clicking the custom polygon display, you have this little option box next to it. And in Maya, whenever there's this little square next to it, it means that you can choose different options from the tool itself. So you release it from there. And you'll see that for me, in highlight, in the second tab, you have border edges on and soft and hard on, which basically means if an edge is a border edge, naked edge, I will make it thicker. And if it's a soft hard edge, meaning that the edge is in the interior and it's joined to its neighbor, I will make it dashed. And then you just apply, and that's it. You should be getting something like this, where you actually see the edge visualized. So you kind of know, oh, okay, like these are detached and these are not. So in order to kind of make this a little bit more apparent, because this will obviously not be apparent in a render or something like that, we want to maybe, just tighten these up a little bit so that it's clear that, there's a gap in between them. So you can go back to face mode, select all of the faces, then shift, right click again, transform component. So we've used this one quite a few times already. Click one of the boxes, whichever, and then use the newly appeared light blue box just to take it in a little bit. And now you actually see like these lines along your mesh, which I think looking quite nice. So for example, maybe we will put this one on the other side because this one's already getting a bit crowded, no? So I'm going to select the object, press R for scaling, hold down J like we were doing just before, and then like pull the red axis through itself until it flips. And then we press W again. I'll just move it into place. Okay, so we have one side and the other. It's looking quite nice. So obviously you can see like, even like if you had a separate modeler who was working on this, you could also like split up the work. And if you had a guide mesh underneath, the low poly mesh, it would be easy for you to say like, oh, you do the torso, I'll do the legs, and someone else will do the arms or something like that. So that's how you can also like quite easily split work, which is really great with this workflow in terms of keeping up with all of the elements. So I can see that there's like a question converting to edge loop. So if you want to convert to an edge loop, you just need to select a ring of edges. So I just went to edge mode, and then I said Shift, and then you double click the adjacent one. So you choose one, whichever, Shift and double click the adjacent one, and then in select, in convert selection, you can convert to edges. So to edge loop. That's how you do it. So this would also have been maybe interesting. Like you could have like alternated in between the streams. Like now we go, we go like in a different direction to this one. So it kind of looks like it's a little bit of a weave. So this is kind of what we have. Let's do one more version of this kind of inflated object. We can do something new with tessellation. So in order for that to work, we will still need to use one of our previous meshes. So let's see which ones we have on offer saved here. This one, I feel like we've used this one already. Let's see if I just take the oldest one. So I'll just copy it again. Shift H to unhide. I'll move it over. So let's say with this one, we can also do like a tessellation that's a bit different to the quad tessellation. Like we can go for a full hexagon. So let's see if I'm going to go to edge, select all of the edges first, then Shift, right click, crease. It's going to crease it a little bit, again like we did before. So Shift and middle mouse button and just dragging along, so that we can create a little bit more definition from our original hexagons. So we're going to subdivide it again. So you select your object, and in poly modeling, you find this little subdivide button, which is 4 squares becoming 16. You subdivide again. Also, I'm hoping that none of you learned the hard way, but obviously the more subdivisions you get, the less viable the number 3 as a view becomes, because if you have a lot of subdivisions on top of one another, it becomes quite difficult for Maya to display it. What is the difference between subdivisions and poke? Well, subdivisions uniformly add like new detail on top of your object. Poke, like in a very targeted way, just creates subdivisions on one face by creating a point inside of the face, and then connecting all of the edge points of the face to the center. So if you look at the subdivisions, actually, if I went to face mode for a second, this used to be one face, right? But then, and it had 1, 2, 3, 4 vertices. But now it's 4 faces, and there's actually more vertices on the perimeter as well. Whereas with poke, the perimeter in terms of topology remains the same, but if I poke it, there's just one more vertex inside. So topologically, it's different to use poke and use subdivide. Subdivide is a bit cleaner, let's say, because also yields quads, not triangles, unlike poke. So as I was saying, we can also change this subdivision to something other than a quad if we wanted to. So the way to do this is first we will triangulate the faces. So we select the object, press space, edit mesh. Sorry, go to mesh, and then there's something called triangulate. You will essentially add a diagonal to each one of the quad faces. Let me turn on the wireframe and create like this triangular mesh. Now, if you wanted to turn this into a hex mesh, you could also do so by forcing every of the vertices to create a little chamfer or vertex. It's a bit easier to show than to explain what it means. So we just go back to vertex mode, select all of the vertices, and then go to Shift, right click, chamfer vertex. So you can actually see that now you have little added vertices if I changes to 3, that are adding like more subdivisions from the vertex. So you have like this quite more and more elaborate version of the tessellation. These tessellations at like very high poly are also okay if they're not quads, because at the end of the day, you're not going to subdivide this any further. You might, but your computer might crash as well. This is more for you to kind of create like it's like a pattern on top of your actual object, so that you can create like more interesting or like different patterns on top of the object that already exists. So I'm actually going to step back maybe. So I'm not quite fully happy with how this looks. Yeah, this is actually a better subdivision. I'm going to use the transform component and the extrude to also create a little bit of a difference within the rotation. So far, we've only been using scaling and offset and translation. So if we select all of the faces again, shift, right click, and then we extrude. And in the poly extrude face editor, we make sure that keep faces together is off, so that each face is behaving in its own way. Let's take a look what happens when we scale, but maybe in one direction. So I hope you can kind of see what's happening. So scaling is no longer happening uniformly, but each face is trying to scale within one direction of the axis. So far we've been doing something like this, uniform, but we also don't have to do uniform. We can do only one axis instead. So you can create, again, some difference that way as well, which can be quite nice. And obviously you can also, once you use your translate tool to give it a little bit of a depth, you can also use your rotation tool, which is this circle around that if you click, it engages rotation. You can also kind of rotate them separately as well, which can give you this like quite coarse surface. So the extrude tool and transform component tool are actually quite handy and quite powerful in creating difference within a already subdivided object. And like I was showing you with the blend deformer, you can quickly change between self-similar topologies and kind of blend between which one sort of wins out more in a certain area. So you can kind of create these textures quite easily. Another way to create textures, which is like a non-modeling based method, let's say, is that you could actually create textures by using a deformer rather than modeling itself. So in order to do so, I will again use our original low poly mesh. Let's duplicate, unhide, and then move it to the side. But for this method to work, you definitely need to work with a high poly mesh. You don't have much of a choice. Like it just needs to work in that way. So you would select your object as it is. And we can subdivide it even without creasing it. It can be quite a smooth object now. So this is essentially probably the minimum that you should go with when you're working with a deformer. And right now we're going to use like a deformer within Maya, or that kind of uses image-based data in order to create something like this on top of a mesh. So it's not necessarily a modeling technique, it's more of a deformer type technique. So in order to do this, we need to apply material on top of this that will have the color data that we can use to deform the object, so that we can kind of follow what's happening a little bit more easily. So in order to do this, we select the object, right click and hold, and assign new material. So again, you just select the object, the full objects from object mode, right click, hold, and then assign new material. This should have the assign new material dialog box open for you like this. And then you go to your Lambert shader. So Lambert shader is a typical Maya shader. It basically just means that like it's a flat shader. There's no like reflections or anything. It's just a very simple basic color. And now in our color palette, we actually want to make sure that we're using this in textured mode so that we can actually see the color as it is. So we also want to press number 6, which will give you a prompt and it says shaded display with texture maps. And we're going to add a texture map now to this. So this texture map that we're going to add by clicking this little checker box next to the color. So once you apply your material, you should be able to see like the material in the attribute editor and the color here in the common material attributes. And when you hit this little checker box next to it, you should be able to take one of these types of like internal Maya textures that you can use on top of the mesh that you have. So I'm going to use this time around, let's use noise. So once you use noise like this, you'll actually see that it appears like as a shading method on top of your object. So we actually want to make sure that this noise is at a resolution that actually makes sense for the deformer as well. So let's kind of see what we can do with regards to that. Obviously, there's all of these, let's say, settings that you can mess around with. It's kind of tough to kind of say what every one of them will do. You just have to sort of see. Let's just change the noise type from billow to maybe, say, wispy. Yeah, this one's looking, I think, quite good. And now we also want to apply, I think we'll also add more subdivisions to this. Actually, looking at it, I wouldn't say that this is fully enough. So I'll just select the object again, add more subdivisions from our poly modeling menu. Yeah, it's looking a bit better. Because with this, you really do want to work with something that's a bit more higher res as a mesh. So we also now want to attach a texture deformer on top of this. So we have our texture, we have our material, we are ready to kind of set this up. We select the object. We switch back to our modeling tab. So we go to our upper left corner of the screen. We go to modeling. And then in deform, which is on this kind of drop-down menu, we need to navigate to where it says texture. So one of these, there we go. This one says texture. And we just add the texture. Right now, there's no texture being fed into it, so it doesn't really know what it's doing. But once the main dialog box opens, the point space should be UV, that's correct. And the direction, instead of handle, should be a normal. And now we also need to feed the texture that we've used for the material in order to drive the transformation of the actual mesh as well. So this is where the texture needs to drop, but we need to find it somewhere. So usually this refers to something as like a hidden node in Maya, and it will be in the outliner. It's just that in this, let's say, default method, you can't really see it. So in order to uncover it in the outliner in display, you have something called DAG objects only. If this is unchecked, it actually shows you the full extent of all of the nodes that exist within your Maya. Some of them are not really relevant for you to see in the outliner, so that's why they're hidden. They also relate to like the operations that you've done on top of an object, so it can get really messy really fast. But for now, we actually want to get our noise ramp. We just need to find it from our, there we go. It's noise 2 for me. So we hover above it, use middle mouse click. Again, a little plus will appear next to your cursor. And then you drag it on top of where it says texture. And then you release. And at that point, you should start seeing a little bit of a deformation on top of your object. So your object now is trying to follow whatever is the color data underneath. So whatever is white, it tries to sort of get extruded up a bit more. And whatever is black, it either remains in the same place or it can also be negative depending on what you're choosing here as an offset version. So you can kind of very easily imagine anything that you kind of have. It can also be an external file, like a JPEG file or whatever else you might want. It can be used to deform this mesh. And obviously, the more detailed the mesh, the more this will come across as as a texture. So in this one, it's not like super obvious, I would say. I think we can still go for an even nicer texture because the texture itself is far more high res than the object. So let's kind of like just a little bit play with the settings for the noise in order to see what's happening. Let's see. Does it read it as a normal map? Not really. So a normal map would actually take into account also the direction that is like not just Z. This ends up working as a normal map because it's using the handle of the normal of the face. But a normal map, as I'm assuming you're referring to it, would actually also use color data that's referring to vectors that are not just like you're either going up or down and that's it. So if this mesh was flat, it would only be going like up and down in Z. It wouldn't have any X and Y value. It's just that the mesh already has a certain curvature, so that's what it's using. Let's see. So let's kind of try to maybe mess around a little bit with these values for the noise, because as you can see, it's still connected to the node of the texture itself, so you can update it over time. Like if you want to change something or even animate it, you can. I actually think like changing the frequency a little bit to something that's a bit less dense works better, because our mesh itself doesn't have enough resolution to take like something that's like this, let's say. It just becomes, it looks like very messy at the end. Let's try 1. Maybe we can go for more than 1. Let's hit 3. 3 is not bad. And obviously you can kind of tweak this as much as you like. You might end up finding like a nicer option for your element. So if you wanted to kind of just see it without the material itself to make sure that it kind of looks okay and it's working out for you, you can also just press number 5, which takes off the textured preview. You can just basically see how it looks like as geometry itself, which is not looking bad, but that's kind of interesting. So obviously, like I was saying, it really is up to you to sort of also tweak this until you find something that seems to be working quite well or seems to be looking quite nice. I think like one more thing that I usually do as well, which can make things look, I think, quite good, is that you can also use the transform component to kind of make it seem like these elements that are being extruded are also almost as if they're like inflated a bit, I would say. So you can do that by selecting the object with the deformer on top of it already, selecting all of the faces, going to face mode, obviously, select all the faces, and then shift right click transform component. And then again, move it along the blue axis a little bit, which I think like kind of can sometimes yield quite interesting results. So this kind of gives you this almost like a bubbly texture on top that's kind of inflating. It looks almost like veins or muscle or something like that. So for example, if I wanted to press number 3 on this, just to kind of give it a little bit more definition, so it's not quite so edgy. I wouldn't do it right now because it's already quite high on the number of subdivisions. But there's something that you can use to kind of control the amount of Catmull-Clark subdivision that actually gives you, so that you don't crash your Maya. Essentially, if this was subdivided now at like exponentially at 3 levels, which is the default version in Maya, it might really crash your file. So in order to circumvent that process, before pressing 3, on your keyboard, find the key that says page down and page up, and press page down 3 times. So now even if you are in the mode 3, it looks the same. But then if you press page up just once, that's just the first level of subdivision. This is still light enough so that your Maya won't freak out, but it also gives you like this kind of, obviously like a difference between 1, which is a serrated edge, and 3, which kind of gives you a little bit more of a nicer feel so that you can actually see how this looks like. And I think like this is looking quite interesting, like just as a surface on top. It has quite a lot of detail. And obviously, like, because your mesh is quite clean, you can even use this with the conjunction with the operations that perhaps we did on this one. So while this one is fully modeled, so it tends to look a bit cleaner than stuff that is deformed by a texture, I think that this one has quite a nice intricacy in terms of like the variety of deformations that you get on top of a surface. So you can kind of use both techniques in order to get something even nicer. Like if you wanted to sort of start delineating the hexagons again from this patchwork of the deformed edges. And obviously, because this is like dynamically linked to the node of the let's press 6 again to show the texture. Because it's dynamically linked to the node of the texture deformer, you can just also drop in new textures to replace this one. You don't need to keep the same one on. And you can just kind of test out stuff. So maybe you'll find something that actually works much nicer. So it's always a good thing to sort of take a look again into what you can do with the texture deformer, just because it's like a parametric change that you can always feed in other textures that you have from Maya. So in order to hide some of these nodes, because they do like clutter the outliner quite a bit, I'm going to go to display and then check DAG objects only again, and then it only shows me my most relevant nodes that I'm usually probably working with anyway. So I think this would be a good time to take a little bit of a break, just to kind of collect our thoughts so far. Let me see, just Michael, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I was thinking maybe like if we take a break and like just chat a little bit more informally, if someone had like general questions about the workflow so far, or something else that they wanted to ask that wasn't necessarily connected to this workflow in particular, but something else that they might think that might have come to their mind, you know, as they were watching this develop.
Yeah, so if you have any questions, now would be a good time to get a more in-depth answer.
Yeah, so please use the Q&A. Like that one is a bit easier to follow, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seems everyone knows what they're doing. Okay, we have some rolling through.
Someone. All right, so a little off topic, but can you make the mannequin take different stances? This is part of Maya that's referred to as rigging. So if you go to the rigging tab, you can actually like pose the mannequin, and there's like a default pose within Maya that's already available. Rigging, however, is not my specialty, and it tends to be like something like when an artist works in Maya, it's never like, oh, they do everything. They're either a modeler or a motion designer, like effects designer, an animator, a renderer, or a rigger. Rigging is like its own whole thing and is really complex. It basically, you're right, you can do it because you can tie a skeleton underneath the mannequin, and a biped skeleton is something that's already available in Maya. And then you can pose them as you want, and you can create like the major poses that you might be using, like sitting or like running or like raising the hand, and then you can interpolate in between by using blend deformers. Any way to add circles to the attractor? I'm going to assume that you mean like a circle as an attractor. I'm pretty sure that you can do an attractor influence object as a curve, so it can take a curve as a connection, and that can be used instead of a point. So obviously you can also use an object. It doesn't need to be just a point. Can we achieve accurate dimensions? Maya is notoriously bad in accuracy. If you're looking for something that is like a machining software, Maya is just not it. You can set your Maya dimensions, of course, like in your windows and in preferences. Units, I think by default they should be in centimeters, but we can check. Let me just see. Display, I think it's in settings. Yeah, so linear working units right now are in centimeters. So units in Maya correspond to like a centimeter. So you can achieve accurate dimensions, like I was saying, like you can move objects to like a specific space or place in your Maya UI. But Maya is definitely not a piece of software like Rhino, where you can actually expect like that level of accuracy. It's more of like a free-form modeling software, and it's usually in architecture is used like for like sculptural modeling, like concept sketches. If we wanted to simulate something like a soft robotic behavior, how should we do it? Actually, I think I'm going to take a little bit of our time in the second part of the tutorial to also discuss that. Soft robotics in general, I would say that they belong more in the FX part of Maya, because it's like a simulatable thing rather than a modelable or an animatable thing. So you would be using cloth. And cloth inside of Maya, which is in the FX tab, is essentially a really advanced simulator of fabric. It uses Maya's internal physics engine to resolve fabric collisions. So you would basically, would set up like an element that you can then inflate. So the inflation is actually something that Maya calculates within itself, because it has an access to a nucleus solver, which is tied to the physics engine. So you would be able to see the deformations being simulated for you. You don't model them quite in the same way in which I was modeling stuff right now. Then thoughts on Houdini 3ds Max. I've used 3ds Max a little bit, mostly for rendering. My thoughts on the modeling 3ds Max is that I hate it, but it's just like a personal preference. 3ds Max as an environment is fantastic for visual, for architectural visualization. V-Ray and Max, in my opinion, is still like not surpassed in terms of quality. I now usually use Arnold, but that's simply because I'm based in Maya. You can also send models from Maya to Max if you want, so that's quite a good pipeline that they've resolved with the OpenSubD modifier, or I think it's called a modifier in Max, I think. Houdini, not many thoughts other than I really think it's great. I don't have enough, like I'm not, like proficient enough to tell you how Houdini would work. But in general, to me, it seems like a perfect marriage between Maya and Grasshopper, which I'm comfortable in both, and I'm always looking for ways in which they can inform design between themselves. And Houdini is like also seems like a incredibly it has an incredibly great vellum solver, which is kind of I believe the equivalent of Maya's Encloth, maybe a bit more optimized in terms of computational power as well. Obviously, scripting in Maya is based in MEL, my embedded language, and also Python. Whereas in Houdini, I think like you can expect a bit more optimized approach if you're a scripter as well. So I think like Houdini, yes, just that I'm kind of stuck in my Maya workflow because that's my preferred software right now. Yes, subject one shifts click. I started a bit. I'm having issues getting the piece to move the way the body. Yes, so if you want to move it away from the body, you need to go to face mode. Object mode will not work with transform constraint. So either face mode, vertex mode, edge mode, all will work, and then you can use component transform in order to move it away from the body. Is SubD would replace Maya completely? Hell no. I mean, I think that they're doing like really great stuff with Rhino, but like amazing stuff with SubD, but it's not going to be the same.
The important thing to know that Rhino SubD is even different from T-splines.
Yes.
And their whole system is based on NURBS curvature, even though it is kind of malleable in the same way that polygon modeling is.
Yeah.
Whereas Maya is like its smoothing is strictly based on like traditional Catmull-Clark smoothing. So there is actually a difference in the curvature sometimes. So they're just different types of geometry for different types of thing, but also SubDs and even T-splines is a bit behind in Maya in terms of the flexibility. And the major thing that comes to mind for me is the kind of local transformations at like how you can select all the faces and do like a normal scale of all the faces and this and that, which is still missing from SubDs. They've said they're working on adding these kind of features, but there are definitely things that are a bit behind. And Rhino SubDs, being NURBs in nature are also a bit heavier
Yes.
geometrically.
Exactly. I think like just mesh modeling allows for more flexibility, especially if you're more on the side of like interested in sculpting, you know, and stuff that might not necessarily need to be machined, which for me personally is my interest. So I think like I would never expect SubD to be able to sort of supplant the kind of workflow that I have in Maya. Can this be 3D printed later? Sure, yeah, you can definitely 3D print some of these objects. They would need some prep. Obviously, 3D printing requires closed meshes, which is something that we can set up here as well. It's just that you have to take care to make sure that like it's a closed mesh, it's a clean mesh. Self-intersecting meshes are okay. So yeah, in general, there should be no reason why you can't 3D print stuff from Maya. Yeah, in general, like when we 3D print stuff in the office, I would say like just go straight from Maya to our prototyping lab. Can you please show us how to inscribe mesh with text? I'm not fully sure that I understand the question. So Michael, do you know? Or maybe you can clarify as well in the next question.
Inscribe mesh with text. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm assuming that might be like how to attach text to mesh. I would just do it as a material, but I wouldn't necessarily model that. Does Rhino, the exports to Rhino work well with Maya? Well, yes, if you don't mind the mesh. Otherwise, like we use proprietary software to convert it into a NURBS. You can also convert it somewhat successfully to SubD and then to NURBS from Maya, but sometimes I would say that the result is less than stellar. But if you don't mind importing a mesh as such into Rhino, that's fine. You just put it on OBJ or an FBX and just import it into your Rhino. Are there any real-world examples of concept hyperskin which have been built? I'm like, I would say like from this workflow itself, like the wearables, I think the industry is like full of examples of this. If you're talking about buildings in particular, the workflows that I'm showing here in buildings, I've usually applied to facades. So it's mostly been like about, I don't know, if you have like a shading mechanism on top of a facade or a fritting pattern, you can control it that way from Maya and kind of create quite a nice workflow and like an output that you can easily pull into other platforms that are more towards like the architectural design. Can we animate fall off cursor around the surface to create surface animation effects? Yeah, of course. So in Maya, everything is animatable. So the position of the fall off object, like essentially what you would do in your channel box layer editor, every object has its own position in space. These positions can be keyed. So what you would do is like you would select all of these, like drag select, shift and drag select, and then you right click and then you can key selected. That creates this red key, which kind of says at this point in time in frame 1, you should be in this position, but then in frame 120, you just move it wherever, and Maya will interpolate the positions in between, because Maya essentially, like in its intention, it is an animation-based software.
And I think we'll probably be doing some animation webinars at some point, because that's also one of your specialties.
Yeah, definitely. I think like the next step would be that. I think definitely, guys, if you're interested, we're definitely working towards this as well, and it will be basically focused more specifically onto animation, how animation and keying and also simulation works in Maya. Can we set the position of the cursor? Again, not fully sure what you mean.
Maybe they mean the position of the gizmo.
Yeah, Gizmo, you can change the position however you like.
Oh yeah, they said that in the next question. The gumball.
Gumball, yeah.
Rhino terminology.
yeah, perfect. So like usually when you press any of your transform commands like W, E, or R, this gizmo appears. But in order to realign the gizmo to anything else in the scene, you have to press D, and you'll see that the gizmo changes. So now this is like in Max when it says affect pivot only. So if you align it to any of the faces, you just kind of hover above the face and click, the gizmo aligns to the normal of the face. Once you're sure that your gizmo is in the correct position or wherever else you want it, you press D again to confirm, and then it freezes. And then the following transformations are tied to your object rather than the gizmo. can you make a whole model, like a model of dog or something like that? Well, character design definitely takes longer. I've done this before, but it's something that it's like it's like a task in and of its own. It takes a lot more planning topologically. So this is more of like an interpretation of an existing topology. But if you're interested in character design, like that's quite more of an extensive task, I would say.
I think you even have a dog on your Instagram.
Yeah. Actually, I do. It's true. But that like it's actually very misleading. It looks very simple because usually it's like low
Yeah,
poly, but it takes a long time to interpret it. So that
the topology, yeah.
yeah, and then when you like rotate it and it looks really weird, then you realize it's still not quite there.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to integrate a grasshopper flow with this type of modeling technique? I've done it previously just by setting up low poly mesh in Grasshopper. So basically, I would model scripts in Grasshopper that would proliferate a low poly mesh everywhere. Let's say in areas that we needed it, if it's like a master plan or something. And then I would just use like the workflow that I was showing you to control all of the meshes at the same time in Maya to add like the nice Maya effect on top of it. So the laying out of the mesh was done in Grasshopper and then moved into Maya with an OBJ.
And I'll just like to add that tomorrow's session with Alejandro, who's also your Zaha colleague, is will be spatial synthesis. We'll be showing some like Maya to Grasshopper workflow stuff.
Yeah, in general, like Maya to Grasshopper is like fantastic because Grasshopper also works with like clear data, and Maya can do that as well because it takes text-based information. So if you just use the script editor to import like text from Maya, like metadata, you can also create links like that, which is something that I'm doing in school. Is this skin some scientific parameters also? Not fully sure how to answer this, but I assume that you mean that if we can add more complexity in terms of kind of information that goes into how the skin behaves, we definitely can, because you can also interpret data. Like I was saying, like if you have an information-based model from, let's say, Grasshopper, like you can kind of embed data into the vertex color or something. You can also use that kind of stuff to drive transformations in Maya. So you could link that in a bit more of like a less sculpting based way and more like an information modeling based way. If you wanted to retrofit a certain pattern onto a mesh, something like project, retrofit a certain pattern onto a mesh. Like rebuild it from something that you already see. Use something similar to project command. Not fully sure. Mike? What's your interpretation?
Pattern onto a mesh, something like project. Like project, I guess like projecting or pulling like a pattern onto a mesh.
You could, but then you would need to have two topologies, the bent one and the like unrolled one. And you can iterate, like sort of blend between them by using a wrap deformer.
Yeah, I was going to say wrap.
Yeah. If that's something that I think that would be the closest thing that you can do.
Sometimes if it's really close, I found you can get away with just turning on like the just making the surface live, and then just if you move the pattern a little bit, it kind of like snaps to the thing. But it's got to be like pretty close.
Yeah, I've done this before, and it is pretty like it's like a funny way to do it, and it's actually quite good because you can also relax it later on with quad draw, and then you can kind of like clean it up if it gets really weird.
Yeah, like so if you have another mesh and it has vertices, and you then take like the underlying mesh, like the body, and make that live, like Aleksandar is doing now, then if you just like put all the vertices on, select them, and just like move the other mesh, it will just like snap to the surface there.
So what is the process to get a 3D print file ready from this model? Well, the only thing that you would really need to take care of is that the mesh needs to be closed. So all of these meshes would need to become extrusions of some sort. And then you would just package it like a subdivided mesh into an OBJ file and send. So basically just once you're done modeling, you go to File, Export, and then you export as an OBJ. That should be enough.
Yeah.
I've been trying to do soft selection of a vertex. How can I set the strength to the soft selection? That's actually quite a good one. So you can go back to like your vertex mode, select any of the vertices, and by default, you only move one, right? But there's also something called soft selection, which you get when you press B, and then this like fall off value or influence value from yellow to like almost blue, which also shows you like the strength of the transformation, as you can see. In order to control that, you press B, and then your middle mouse button, if you drag it, you can actually limit the amount. I hope that is what the question is. I'm assuming it is. To prepare these files for closed meshing, what sort of repair software we'll be using? This is really up to you. I personally, I'm not like super into 3D printing, so I know that people sometimes just use like the native software or whatever printer they're using. It can sometimes clean it up. I can't remember, very recently someone told me that they were using something, Magic something, which was really great.
Yeah, that's Materialize.
Okay, there you go.
That's the company name, Materialize.
I see.
Yeah, it's Materialize is great. Probably the best one, but it's insanely expensive. I think like one license is like 40 grand, something like that. It's like really, really expensive.
You can do workarounds. Like I've done like
there's free ones like Mesh Lab or
yeah, exactly.
that, like and I think Autodesk has a free one too. I can't remember the name of it right now.
I do remember also like for some of the like really messy meshes where there's like a bunch of stuff together and you don't really know what's what. I've also used Dynamesh in like ZBrush to just like clean it up. That also
Mesh Mixer is the free one from Autodesk.
Yeah,
which is also pretty good for setup.
I think tomorrow was yeah, it does. Yeah. I'm assuming this is like to do with Grasshopper. Are there any Mel scripts to ease up a few tasks? Usually I use Mel scripts in animation and simulation. I haven't used them so far in modeling, but I'm sure that you can get some. Obviously, like it's just as a general note, if it's some kind of repetitive action that is really boring, you can also open up your script editor, which is in the top, lower right corner. Everything you do as an action in your Maya will show up here as text. So what I sometimes do, I'll just do something once, copy the text and change the values, and then just like run the script just by adding a new one. Like for example, the script that I was using here is something from before that I was using for my own test for particles, but essentially anything that you do shows up is like kind of echoed into your command line. So you can copy commands, so you know the syntax, but you can just change the values if you like based on like a vertex or something like that.
Maybe let's just take 2 more minutes. Let's just finish up until is there anything like explode mesh? So 1, 2, 3, 4 more.
Okay. How do you organize large scenes with line? Yeah, so layers are a good way to organize, obviously, like in any other 3D software. Outliner, what I would do, I will group things. So I'll just like group things in one group that kind of makes sense. Like if it's like everything is a slab or everything is, I don't know, like a glass or one type of object, I might put it in the same group. It is good practice to keep your outliner as clean as possible because it really gets messy super fast. Layers are not bad, but in my experience, they're not so advanced. Like they're much better in other softwares.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm saying I saw a video on Instagram where someone drew a pattern onto a mesh using paintbrush tool in Maya. Oh, yeah, I think you're thinking of the blend deformer, which can use vertex weights. So basically, you can just blend 2 objects if they're one mesh, and then you can paint on top in order to determine whether the blend in that area is more or less. So you can do that as well, yeah.
They weren't drawing a pattern. Basically, what they're doing is like masking and gradienting with color, and then that color is determining the kind of basically the fall off of the scale of the mesh faces.
So essentially, it's like the same thing that we're doing with the fall off object here. It's just that instead of using a distance between the fall off object, you're using like white or black in order to indicate whether something is more of something else or the other thing, you know? Yeah. What is the use of scripting like Melon, Python, and Maya? Melon, Python, and Maya basically automate your process. So if you have a script that you've already pre-saved, you can just apply it again and again. And also you can develop in Maya tools as well, and you package them as a plugin, for example, or like a script that you can, use as either proprietary software or sell, or like increase the speed of your modeling as well. Is there anything like explode mesh? You can separate the mesh if objects are separate within it, because in Maya, an object can be like one object, even though there's no connection between it. It's just like as a node in Maya. So you can separate. So if there were more objects in this one, like I think all my objects right now are kind of joined, but if these were actually separate, you could go to Maya mesh and then separate or combine in order to change. So that's kind of the closest to.
There's one like 2 down that's, I think, from the same person. Basically, in Maya, explode would be separate, join would be combine.
Yeah.
In terms of welding, would be merge.
Yeah.
Merge vertices.
Yeah.
Unwelding, I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Detach,
would work fine.
Yeah. So I'll just and then let's just get these last 2. I'll just answer. So yes, everyone, the recording, it will be basically however long Zoom takes to process it. Usually takes, they say 2 to 3 times the length of the webinar is how long they take to process it. So it should be available sometime tomorrow or early Monday. They haven't noticed their times are slower due to COVID and whatever. And yes, you'll get a link of that, and you'll have a recap video for 30 days.
So grouping layer outliner Maya, it's mostly like there's no sub layers, if that's what you mean. Like that's what I mean by like layers are not so great in Maya. Much better in Rhino. In your opinion, we need to learn more software, can be experts in one. I have become of the opinion lately that I just want to do everything in Maya. That's not always the best approach. So it really depends on you. I've tried to localize most of my workflow in Maya, but most people are like hacking ways in between, like do something in one software and something in another.
Depends what you're doing, like me personally, I have to use, like for what I'm doing, I'm using like Maya, Rhino Grasshopper, ZBrush, Magix. Like it just all depends about like what part of the workflow and the specific like role and job you're in. Not one tool has everything. Like
that would be impossible. So detach is basically detaching edges. It's like if there's an edge sitting on top of one another, like it does here, you can detach this. But if you separate, you're separating objects that are kind of like not connected at all. So like if there were multiple objects within one mesh, like if I combine this, for example, right? It's one, but if I separate it, it will just separate it or explode it into 2 objects. Detaching means that I have to like detach a face or like detach an element from the object rather than the object itself. Okay.
Files be shared. I think because this isn't like Grasshopper definition, so
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing really to share because you just have to like just follow the steps. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but not like a Grasshopper definition where you would share like a script or definition.
Yeah, like we're building everything natively in Maya, so if you follow the workflow, you'll get the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Directly geometry from Maya to Revit. Nope, sorry.
No.
That is very hard.
Even though they're both Autodesk.
Yeah, they have no communication between one another.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back to the educational, the teaching.
Yeah.
And then I think also on the last Q&A, maybe we can allow a few people to speak their question, or if you feel like you would want to do that.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that, of course.
Yeah, cool.
More than happy. All right, so like I think like we've come to like a certain level with the body itself. maybe it would be a nice moment to actually give this guy also an architectural space to inhabit. So much like the workflow that I've showed here to kind of create stuff on the body, I use personally a very similar workflow to kind of set out, let's say, like very basic sketch models for architectural spaces like buildings as well. I would just become a bit more disciplined as to what I do with like these elements or like these mesh faces as they are, in order to create something that's a bit more controlled. So usually what I would do, like in order to also be like a bit more, for example, like careful with the units, like you would maybe start from like an object that you already know the size of, and you kind of have a feel for the dimensions of it as well. And then multiply that object and slowly create like patterned landscapes that you can also use in order to create like a more like a, let's say, a building typology, not just something that's like on the body, like in this situation. So let's press Shift and right click in order to populate something into a scene, in which case we're going to use a disk. So once you create an object, it just kind of populates into the scene, and you can also see it in your channel box, and you have the properties of the object there. Positioning is by default in 0, but you can also sort of unroll the node of the disk and see the radius as well. So right now the radius is 1. Let's keep it at, well, let's say 300. So I'm going to also reduce the subdivisions because I actually want this to be, again, like a hexagon. So the sides have to remain 3, but the subdivision can remain 1 in order to create like this like correct hexagon, like not correct, like equilateral hexagon. I'm going to get rid of the internal edges for now. So go to edge mode, select the edges, and just delete. Again, I remember the question from before. In this case, again, you can just use delete, not control delete. Like you don't need to use control delete. That's only necessary with regards to like deleting loops. I'm going to select, go to vertex mode, select the adjacent vertices. So let's say this pair, and then shift and then add this pair on the side. Hit R for scaling, and then sort of uniformly tighten it up a little bit, and also expand it like this. I'm actually going to make this a little bit smaller because I feel like it already could be something like maybe like that big, and that'll be fine. So I'm going to proliferate this in order for us to have like a little bit bigger of a pattern with regards to like this hexagon. So the easiest way to do it is like to select the object, hit Control D to create a copy, W to move, and then we'll move it in the horizontal axis, which is in this case the green one, and just slide it over. So so far we've been like drawing the object quite directly onto the body, which sort of circumvented certain issues of how things get merged. But if we wanted to do this a little bit more accurately, because I guess that's also a concern for architects, so we can change the gizmo and start aligning things to the other edges of the object. So again, we press D in order to unlock the gizmo. So now any kind of transformation is being done to the pivot rather than the object itself. And now if we hold down V, then we can also see that this kind of point snap is on. So if I was dragging my gizmo anywhere, it will just snap to the closest vertex that it can find, wherever it is in the scene. And I actually want to snap here. So once it snaps, I release, and I'm happy with the position of my pivot. I hit D again to confirm the pivot, and then I hold down V again to turn on the vertex snap, and I just snap it next to the neighboring object. So this is like a way for you to kind of create like two same objects, align them perfectly along one edge, for example. So let's just continue doing this. I'll do another Control D to duplicate, move it along, press D again to unlock the pivot, hover above the vertex that we want, which is this one, click it to align, hit D again, then hold down V for vertex snapping, and then just move it slightly until it snaps to the neighbor. So like this becomes like a rather fast way for you to proliferate the object, right? And you can just kind of keep pressing Control D to duplicate, and then pressing V to snap. Control D to duplicate and V to snap. Control D to duplicate and V to snap. So let's say like that. Maybe this one we need to do like this. So just so you don't like waste too much time, you can also do it in a bigger batch. You just select them all from object mode, Control D to duplicate all of them, press W to move. Let's see. Yeah, this is a good place to align. Then press D to unlock our gizmo again, or pivot. Align to this vertex, press D to confirm, and then V to snap, move, and you're done. Essentially, usually when it comes to buildings and especially landscape around them, what you always want to do is to over model, by which I mean like your outside grid should be bigger than your, or like take up more space in your building in your landscape, because it's easy to take stuff away, but it can be kind of annoying to jam stuff back in a way that looks controlled if you don't. So always keep your like parent mesh in this sense a bit bigger than it needs to be, because otherwise I think like you might get into the trouble of like, oh, you know, how do I get this to look like it's actually seamless? Because I think part of the appeal of Maya is that often people really like the seamless look, and the seamless look comes from the fact that whoever is doing the modeling is really taking care to create like a larger parent mesh that you can kind of take stuff off of, but you don't want to be smaller than you actually need it to be at all. So let's add a bit more just in case, like I was saying. This is a good position. Yeah, I think this is fine. So let's take all of these hexagons that we have right now and just combine them into one object. So they're all called disk because that's the original name. And we can just slide down in our outliner, shift, and then select the last one, which just selects all of them together. And now we're going to use combine. So right now they're discrete objects in space, like each of them is a separate thing, but we can also combine them into one thing. So we press space, hold down, go to mesh, and then combine. So just to again clarify the difference, just because objects are combined, it doesn't mean that they're also merged. So the difference between us combining these objects and actually merging them post combination is that like if I were trying to select one of these vertices, they're still not like one vertex. Like if I select this and move, you'll see that it's disjointed. Like this is still not merged. You can do it later basically and kind of make sure that that's working a bit better. So if we have all of this now as one object, you can also see that in your outliner, there's like all this mess of like the previously existing node of one object that was there. You don't really need that. You can just delete it by using edit, delete all by type in history. It will go away because those nodes are no longer necessary because you just have this as one object. So if you press 3, like you'll see that this remains the same because if each face is alone, it doesn't have anything else to interpolate its shading to. You can, however, make sure that also the naked edge of a mesh is being like smoothed out, so to speak. So that you can actually see these as like smooth even when they're alone, or like they're unmerged. So you select all of the objects and then you go to your attribute editor. You should have like the name of this, whatever this shape is. And then in smooth mesh, if you scroll down to open subdiv controls, the vertex boundary right now it says sharp edges and corners, but we also want to say sharp edges as well. So the boundary, when it includes corners as well, it kind of removes naked edges from the shading, from the smoothing method. But in this way, you can actually kind of see it smoothed anyway. So even though it doesn't have any other faces attached to it, if it's in like 3 mode, I'll keep it in 1 for now. So usually like what I would do once I have like this, let's call it set out mesh. You also kind of want to introduce some variation into it. You just don't want it to be like a uniform mesh maybe. So soft select is actually a great tool for this, to introduce some kind of difference and like introduce a little bit of tension in other areas. So I would go to face mode again. So hover above the object, right click, go to face mode, release, select one of the faces, let's say a central one, and then click B. So B activates the soft selection, and it gives you like this drop off of how far the soft selection reaches. And you can change that drop off by pressing B again, holding it down, but also using your middle mouse button and dragging to the side, and you can see how it's growing. Like this basically means that the influence is bigger and bigger. So the first thing that I would do, I would turn on like soft selection, increase the terminal like distance of influence, then click R and then scale to the center. And I think it creates this quite like nice tension where this is starting to sort of deflate a little bit towards the inside. It looks quite nice. It creates a little bit of a difference between the objects. So for example, let's say now that we want like certain sections of this to become enclosures or become buildings, and the rest may be like a little blueprint for what like a landscape of this might be. Definitely, again, duplicate. That's always a good part to remember in this workflow. And then just, start selecting certain faces that you think are, I will remove the soft selection by pressing B again. So in like face mode, let's just start selecting some faces that might be nice to leave behind. And then we can get rid of the rest. So these look quite good. And then if to invert the selection, either you go to select and invert, or you do Control Shift and I, which inverts the selection, and you can just get rid of it. So you just have these right now. And let's say that these will be the bounds of like something that's more of like a pavilion type or enclosure, and this is the rest of the surrounding environment within it as well. So for example, for this one, we can take all of these elements that we have right now and we can merge them. So we select the object, space, edit mesh, and merge. So you can kind of see that now all of these elements actually sit on top of one another and they're one thing. If I try to move this, it moves the whole thing. It's no longer disconnected. And what I would want to do is to just add another slash here in order to turn it to a quad. So I will, oops, sorry about that. So I will go to face mode, shift, right click, and there's something called multicut. So you can either use multicut or use connect. I'll use multicut right now. And that just kind of allows you to add a second like edge in this connecting any two vertices that you like. So I'm going to connect these adjacent vertices here. And then when I click one and then the other, the orange line appears and I confirm it by hitting enter. So I'm going to do the same with this one here as well. Confirm by hitting enter. Again, a little bit tedious to do at first, but then it goes quite fast, I think. So let's just add in a little bit more stuff. And then let's get this one as well. And there we go. So a good thing about multicut tool that once you create like a viable loop, which means like a string of quad faces that are running in one direction. So for example, if like I select in face mode one face and then shift and double click the one next to it, it selects the entire loop of these faces as one. The good thing about multicut is you can add, like actually very easily add more subdivisions in between without like going one by one by one. So you can navigate back to edge mode, select the object, shift, right click, go back to our multicut. But this time, instead of like clicking an object, like clicking a vertex and then connecting to an adjacent vertex, you can actually hold down Shift, and you'll see that it just kind of highlights the full loop that you are able to get because you are having, like, your topology is quite clean and has loops. If you add Shift and Control to that, you actually can snap as well. So the snapping at least allows you to do it like in the middle, so you kind of know that it works properly. So you just kind of keep adding until you have all of these central loops. And then, for example, we can turn these into like almost like dome-like structures, right? So I will go to vertex mode. I'll grab the central element in each, which again, you could have done by selection constraints as well if there's like a lot of these in the scene, which there might be if it's a master plan. I missed one here, but I'll add it later. Then press W for translation and then just drag it up. And that's kind of like dome-like roofs on top of this. So I missed this one, no biggie. We can go back to edge mode, Shift, right click, multicut, Control and Shift together to create a snap, click in the middle, and then we have another one of these faces here. So we switch back to vertex mode, select this vertex as well. For example, if we wanted to make sure that this vertex is at the same height as the other ones, like these as well, we would also be able to do the snapping thing of pressing down V, right? But what you want to do is not to press V and then drag to this one and then try to pull it back. What you can do instead is press V, but then only move with the green axis and then try to match it. Like you just hover above whatever vertex you want to match, and it will kind of pull it to the same height. So you actually know that it's the same height in case you don't know how much you pulled it up for. I'm going to, yeah, looks nice. I'm going to select both and go back into one mode. So let's say we take this a little bit higher. I'm going to hide these elements from here. Select all of them and then Control H to hide. So we have our inhabitant, and let's see what kind of architecture he's inhabiting. So if you wanted to kind of create a little bit more definition because it looks a little bit too wonky, I would still add a little bit of creasing on top of these roofs. So I'll go to edge mode, select all of them, Shift, right click, crease tool, and then just crease a little bit. You'll actually see as you add creases, like the serrated nature of this like kind of increases. So if in case you want your 3 mode or smooth mode to be even smoother, you would select the object, you would navigate to your attribute editor to the name of the shape, whatever it is, and you also have the preview division levels. So by default there are 2. If you increase them by 1, so this is basically like hitting page up like we were doing before. You can see that like the quality of the curvature is a little bit better because there's more subdivisions being added. This looks quite good. So for example, maybe we want to create certain flat surfaces here as well. Like if this could actually be considered, well, maybe let's keep it low so we don't need any intermediary slabs. This is looking quite nice, I think. I'm going to duplicate it and move it up a little bit. And I'm going to subdivide this version of it a little bit. So I'd say we select it, go to one mode, and go to our polymodeling tab, and then subdivide. So we have a little bit more added in. This should still follow along with the same shape of the other one. It's just that it has a bit more subdivision. So for example, for this one, let's remove some of the faces. Let's say, move these. I'm going to remove these as well. Just kind of adding a little bit more detail to the roof, essentially. Remove these. So there's like a little separate cladding on top of the roof as well. So that's nice. Now I'm going to use the same roof, duplicate it again. This time I'm going to move it down. And I want to like actually clip all of this to one flat sheet. So I just want to make it flat, right? So in our channel box or layer editor, like the easiest way to do this is a bit of a cheating way. Like you can, if your up axis is Y, in the scale of Y, you can type in 0 and that kind of flattens everything out. But after that, you do not want to work with this model before you do one more thing, because it can get quite messy. So before you do anything else, you need to select the object, press space, go to modify, and then you need to freeze the transformations. Freezing the transformations removes all of the transformation data from your translation, rotation, and scaling, and just kind of snaps everything back into like the neutral position, let's say. So you can actually have like a clean model to move further from. And for example, now maybe we would want to somehow create certain supports for this. So like either like columns or something like that. So maybe in the position where there used to be like a peak on top, maybe we can have a column sort of protruding from here down. So let's just isolate this object for a second with Control-1, and then get the internal vertices and turn them into like maybe like pinch points for columns. So we switch to vertex mode. Let's say this one, this one, this one, this one, all of the internal ones. Let's turn them into columns. So we need like some kind of a way for to turn this vertex into like a thickness of a sort. So what we can do is select all of them and then shift, right click, and then chamfer the vertex. Once the vertex is chamfered, it creates a new face inside. And that face can become like the base of a column, essentially, for example. You can select those faces, the newly created ones, shift, and then just left clicking while holding down shift to add to the selection. I'm going to move them slightly down, just a little bit like this. But then I'm also going to extrude them again. So let's see, shift, right click, extrude. And then instead of using the gizmo, I press W to move, and I move the whole thing down. So for example, this is kind of looking a little bit like chunky, like these columns really don't need to be like the same size all the way down. So what I might want to do, say shift, right click, and then transform component. And then I can sort of scale each of them separately by pressing one of the boxes, doesn't matter which one. Then using the central box, the light blue one, and then tightening it up until we have like this like nice taper. That's looking quite nice. We can also get rid of this face because it kind of needs to sit in the ground somehow. So we leave like this isolate mode now by pressing Control-1 again. And this is looking quite fun. I think it could do with being a bit bigger. So if you wanted to like increase the entirety of these objects and all of them together, usually the best way to do it is to group them and then scale that. Otherwise, you kind of run the risk of them kind of scaling their own gizmos, which doesn't always work out well. So what I would do, I would select all of the objects together, then Control-G to group them. And you will see in your outliner they now belong to one group. And that group can have its own associated gizmo. It has nothing to do with the objects themselves, but it can like kind of be a way to control them together. So let's say we press R. We have a gizmo at the position of the person. Oh, it's not too bad. We can just use it as that. Let's use first the planar, like 2D, scale 2D basically. It's looking a little bit better proportion-wise, I would say. That's looking nice. I'm going to take out as well the wireframe, just to see a little bit what's going on. That's not bad. And maybe now that it's a bit bigger, why not just move all of this up? And also add like a slab in between somehow. So let's take this one again, Control D to duplicate, move down. So you can see how like also in sort of, let's say, building type modeling, again, the meshing is really important, like the parent mesh is important. You want it to be the same because you want things to match essentially. So for example, if we wanted to make this flat again, scale should be 0. Oops, not Z. Y needs to be 0. Need to modify, space, hold down, modify, freeze transformations to remove all of these things. And this can become the edge of our new slab, for example. I think this, for example, would need to be a little bit taller maybe. So I'm going to go to vertex mode for these columns. Let's actually have them run all the way through. So maybe they're like piercing through the slab that we have underneath. So also, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger because still this slab height is ridiculously small. So you can also see what I mean by sketch models. Like you can be a bit more careful, obviously, about sizes, but you actually, when you're working with this in architectural terms, you actually just want to create like a sketch model that shows like a basic sculptural idea behind the model, and then you worry about the rest, and then you kind of start rationalizing what the model could actually be and how you could create this a little bit better. So let's add some thickness to this slab as well. So good technique for that. I will actually, just to lose the crease, because I don't want to see it like this too much, I'm going to add the subdivisions. So select the slab, add subdivisions. Perfect, that got rid of the crease. It's no longer needed. And now I'm going to extrude it. So select the entire object in object mode if you want. Shift, right click, extrude. And I'm going to introduce a little bit of a taper so that we have like a nice edge to the slab, so it's not just like a simple extrusion, by using the offset. Okay, so I think I need something bigger, clearly. So let's say 30. Yeah, 30 is good. So 30 towards the inside creates this kind of inset. And then I can press W and drag this down a little bit. So if I were to turn this into 3 mod now, you can kind of see like it's nice to have like this taper, but you don't really see fully like a nice crisp edge to this, which can look quite annoying. So in order to create that crisp edge without having to like select stuff separately, I think the best way to do it is to grow the selection once. So you use Shift and greater than to grow the selection. So you've caught the loop of the thickness of the slab. And now you only want to select that. You don't care about the underside of the slab. So you press Control and right click and you select the boundary only. And then you release. And you only have the boundary. Now you want to make sure that the outer edges of the boundary are actually sharp. So you don't want them to be like smooth like this. So you only want to select the outer edge and detach in order to create that like sharp change. So you again press Control, right click, to edges, and then you choose to edge perimeter, which only selects the outer edges. The inner edges are left alone. Then you press space, edit mesh, and then you detach. And that creates like this like really crisp edge to the slab, for example, but also gives this taper, which can look quite nice. Sometimes you'll have like these like parts that don't work well. You can patch them up later, or for sketch models that they might not even matter that much. Let me just see. I think there was something question. Can we control the number of subdivisions? So subdivisions, unfortunately, they subdivide basically like each face becomes 4. So it always increases exponentially. You can't really control it beyond that. Why is the y-axis upwards? Can it be changed with Rhino? Well, Maya's default setting is to have the y-axis upwards. If you work in Maya, I suggest you kind of continue to use it. But if you don't want to do this, you actually want to keep it in Z, you can flip it. It might affect some of the Maya's dynamics functionalities, and it gets a bit annoying. But if you want to do it, you can do it in settings and preferences. So you go to Windows, settings and preferences, and you just go to, I believe it is, yeah, settings. You can just make the y-axis be Z. Wouldn't recommend for you to do this now because obviously like it will create like a really big mess in the scene. But you can set your own Maya to that if you prefer. So you can also see that this is like black because it's a back face. We can either flip it, so you can choose to select the object, press space, mesh display, sorry, not display, and then reverse in order to reverse the direction of the face. So you can do it like that, or you can also make sure if you just don't care about certain faces being flipped and you don't want to deal with the fact that some of them are flipped in the scene, you can always go to lighting and check two-sided lighting, which basically means that both sides of the face will be shaded with the default material, so it won't be blacked out just because it's a back face, which is actually quite useful because sometimes in rendering it can create really big problems if the face itself is a back face. So let's say like we can maybe take a look at what this gave us. It's quite a nice face, but just as a sketch model, obviously, you can work through more. So let's say we wanted to add some type of treatment on these columns, maybe like some kind of more detail, like we were adding to this person who's also in this scene. I'm going to duplicate the columns, and I'm going to Control-1 to isolate them. So usually once you get to the point of adding detail, you don't have much choice. Like you just need to subdivide the model. It can be quite hard to maintain like the detail, or like to work with a low poly model if you want detail without subdividing a bit more. So I'm going to subdivide this once, and I also still have the version of it where that I've saved. Let's see how this looks. Not bad. Let's do it again. So for example, we can change the flow of the, I'll do it once more. We can change the flow of the subdivisions to a diagrid like we did before. So I'm going to do it a bit quicker this time because we already know how to do this. I will delete all the history just for a second to clean up my scene. Then I go to edge mode, select all of the edges, create a set, release, and then I can take all of the faces, poke them, and then go to my set, select members, and delete again, which can create like sometimes nice opportunities for you to sort of, you know, just select some of these faces. So if you go to face mode and you want to select like a couple of rings in order for you to be able to add them in as detail on the other mesh, you just kind of, let's choose some of them. So the way that I'm doing this is just by clicking a face, clicking one next to it by holding down Shift and double clicking, and that creates like these loops of faces. So obviously, again, the cleaner your mesh, the easier this will be, and like the more exciting the results might be, because if it's like a messy mesh, it like gets it might look quite unresolved actually. So let's just select some of them. We don't need to do all of them, just for that to become like a streak, which can be used either as some kind of ceiling treatment, or maybe like an alcove that you can place lighting into, anything like that, really. you don't have to be like too precious about what you choose. I think it's mostly like for further detail. So you can try to be a bit more systematic, but right now I'm just going to select some of the loops and kind of create my own interpretation of what this is. Okay, maybe this one as well. Yeah, this is okay. Maybe one more. Yeah, this is fine. So let's say we just kind of get rid of everything else. We just want a couple of these alcohol, like not even alcohols, but like stripes. So Control Shift and I will invert the selection. We delete everything else because we don't need it. And then with these like lower number of subdivisions, you can even use 3 in order to create a little bit of like a nice curve in between the ones that are intersecting. So if we switch to face mode, we can just make sure, same as the one that we did on the body, that they actually are a little bit outside of the column itself so that they don't get occluded. So Shift, right click, transform the component, just like push it out just a tiny bit. Yeah, it's already enough. So this can become like a sort of additional level of detail of like pattern on top of your already existing column. Great. I'm going to take all of these objects and I'll change the mesh display on them so that we have like a little bit of a better insight into it. So space, display, polygons, custom polygon display. We will have it saved from the previous version. It will move everything into one mode, but you can just restore it back to number 3 if you like. And then kind of gives like a nicer impression, I think, with these elements that we've sort of taken as these stripes. So again, like the concordance of topology in between these meshes also allows for you to kind of do stuff like this. So maybe you cannot get these subdivisions on like a low poly object, but you can get them from a high poly object, isolate them, and they will still match the original low poly one because topologically the mesh is the same. So you can kind of get away with like some accent edges on top of your model for a sketch model or something like that, which I think looks quite good. One more thing that I wanted to show, which it kind of, I think it was also asked in the questions, which was relating to soft robotics. I did actually use some of the, in one of the models that were presented, something similar in order to inflate portions of the meshes on side of the wearable. But let's kind of use this. Let's kind of use this topology here in order to do so as well. This is going to take a little bit of time for setup, so bear with me. So we can duplicate this object, isolate it. In order to work with this setup, we definitely need to be using a high poly mesh as well. It cannot be using a low poly mesh because it relies on simulation. So it needs more edges in order to simulate the entire object a little bit closer to what you might expect like in a physics environment. So definitely we want there to be a bit more well, let's say higher fidelity of subdivision. So let's take all of these objects, or like this one object, subdivide it maybe once, twice, like this, and then we're going to merge it. Actually, I will keep it separated because it will give us like these quite nice separations within the simulation. So let's do maybe one. Should I do one more subdivision? Yeah, let's go for one more, even though it might be a little bit heavy. So we still want these edges to be disjointed, like we don't want them to be actually connected. We select the object, go to edit, delete all by type, delete the history, so we can make sure that the scene is clean. And now instead of trying to kind of turn this into like a dome structure or something, we're going to turn it into an inflatable by simulating the inflation. So in order to do this, we will select this object and we will switch from our modeling tab into our FX tab. So the FX tab deals with like physics-based phenomena. So basically anything that might be like particles or fabrics or fluids or anything like that, like you simulate it within Maya, don't really model it. So what we will be doing is the encloth. So we need to turn this, let's say this mesh into a cloth. So you select the mesh, you go to encloth, and then create encloth. The first thing that you're going to see is that inside of your outliner, you have this little shirt and you have this little circle. So the shirt is now a cloth-based simulation setup that is associated with your mesh, like the mesh that we just had here. And the nucleus, or like this little circle thingy, is the solver that is associated to this mesh that will actually calculate the deformations within the mesh. So if you tried to, for example, if I step back into control one, like the unisolated mode, in order for the simulation to run, you actually need to play it and let the computer simulate again and again. So if you were to play now, like you would see that it is going pretty like slowly, not too bad though. You can see that it's actually falling. If I stop it, my old copy of the low poly mesh is still there, but I can also see that this has fallen somehow because of the effect of the gravity a little bit down. Let's rewind it by pressing this button here. This is play and this is rewind. So what I want to do is to make sure that only the outer edges of this cloth are kind of fixed in space. Imagine if they were kind of like fixed like to a fixed frame or something, like glued to the surface, and then the rest can kind of float around freely if you wanted to. Is it possible to use things like particles from the FX mode to create forms on the meshes of the skin? You could use particles in the FX mode to create meshes on a skin. Yes, you would need to populate them and emit them from the skin, and then turn the particles into a mesh. Right now, I'll be using the cloth to kind of show something that we could have also easily done on the skin, and I can repeat it just for clarity because it can be quite a lot to take in. So right now we have an active cloth object already there. Yeah, so we have an active cloth object already there. We want to fix the edges. So the reason why I left it sort of unjoined is because now I can very easily select the edges, right? So instead of going like one by one, obviously, I'm going to select all of them together. Go to select, convert selection, and then convert that selection to edge perimeter. Okay, that gives me all of the bounding edges. So all of them are here. And then what we want to do is we want to tell the simulation to clip them. So you go to encloth, but right next to it, there's something called end constraint. You open that tab and you navigate to transform constraint. Transform constraint basically will take these vertices and edges that we've selected and it will clip them. It will not allow them to move around in space. So if I select that and I rewind, you will see that now that you have this little highlight on top of them. So you can see that they're all selected. And if I play, it might take a while for it to simulate, but you will be able to see that if I take a look from the side, this is actually starting to droop slowly. I will expand the timeline because usually 120 frames is not enough. So at the 120 frame mark, you just add another 0. So it's 1,200 frames and you continue playing. As this plays, the gravity will weight it down and it will start like curving more and more depending on the stretch resistance of the fabric. So right now it's not doing much. Like you can kind of see that it's drooping a little bit, but it's not very dramatic, let's say. So what we want to actually do is like inflate it. So in order to inflate it, we need to go to our fabric. So we select the fabric and we go to our attribute editor. Also, before doing that, let's rewind to the beginning of the scene. So we'll just use the rewind button here in the corner. And as you rewind, it kind of goes back to its original shape. You will also probably notice by now that if you try to just kind of scrub to a different position in the timeline, you cannot really do that. Like you have to let Maya simulate every frame one by one, because it's not an animation, it's a simulation essentially. So let's rewind this as it were, and then select the object, which is the cloth, navigate to our attribute editor, and then in these cards on the top of our attribute editor, just kind of scroll around a little bit until you get to something called cloth. Oh, there we go. Cloth shape 1. This is what you're looking for. Essentially, this is the little node that is related to your object called nCloth1. So you can kind of see that you have collisions, dynamic properties, pressure, and all this kind of stuff that is property of the cloth that you can program. And what we're interested right now is the pressure. So in the pressure tab, what you want to do is increase the pressure, let's say first to 1, and uncheck this thing that says seal holes. Then rewind to the beginning of the animation and then use the play button to play again. That is working out a little bit better. I can see that there's some inflation happening, but it's still a bit too weak. So I'm going to increase the pressure maybe to 5. Let's see how that works. That's looking a little bit better. But obviously, the reason why it cannot expand too much is because the stretch resistance of the fabric is probably pretty strong. So in order to have that, to help out in that area, press escape to stop the scene. You can also press stop from here as well. Let me check into the. So would this be an imitation of real world physics and show actions such as bending? Basically, yes. So basically, whatever is simulated on top of this object now, once it's linked to the dynamics, essentially it starts to act like a real physical object. So it's trying to simulate the change on its own. So you don't really model the deformation. The deformation is something that is caused within the simulation. Sorry, can you repeat disabling? Okay, so just again to revise how we disable the edges on the cloth. In order to do so, like you just need to select the corner edges, right? So if you select your object and go to edge mode, and you select all of the edges in the cloth, you can go to select, convert selection, and then you can go to edge perimeter. If you go to edge perimeter, only the selected edges will appear as highlighted. And then in this tab here, in the up here in the ribbon, you also have end constraint, and transform constraint is a type of constraint that just fixes the object in place. So basically doesn't allow it to move around at all. So let's go back to object mode. We're seeing that there is some deformation, but it's not very significant. So we actually want to reduce the stretch resistance of the object so that it is more susceptible to bending from the inflation that is being exerted on top of it. So we select the object, we go back to our pressure settings, and then above it, in the second tab after collisions, you have dynamic properties. These dynamic properties relate to obviously the properties of the cloth itself. So if you kind of knew the dynamic properties of an object, you would be able to program them in here. But also Maya already kind of has its own presets relating to this. So if you go to presets, which are located here on the top in these like 4 buttons, there's a preset one. You can already see that there's like some that exist, like airbag, beach ball, burlap, chiffon, stuff like that. So you can apply them as well. I usually work with the default ones and then I tweak them on my own to get what I want. So stretch resistance right now is at 20. For example, if we put that at 5, which means basically like how strong the fabric is, and then rerun the simulation again, the inflation should start looking a little bit more substantial, which it does. So let's go down back to our pressure and increase the pressure even more. So you can kind of see how it's starting to inflate more and more. Let's reduce the stretch resistance to like 2, for example. It's looking quite nice, because what we want to do is basically get to the point where the deformation is a bit more significant, so you can actually see like these folds appear a bit more freely, which I think is already looking quite nice. The nice thing about this is also that it really considers the real world forces that are happening. So you can actually kind of see that, you know, tighter loops or tighter areas are able to resist a little bit more than the bigger ones. So the bigger ones kind of expand more easily. You can almost kind of see even in the profile that this is a bit more expanded than the center, which is acting as a bit more constrained version of it. Can the inflation pressure for individual units be varied? You could do it. The best way would also be to like kind of group it before, so you can create separate cloths. Separate cloths would still interact between one another, but you could actually apply different properties to them. So like maybe like these 4 cells would have one pressure, these 4 cells will have another pressure, and so on and so forth. So you can kind of control them in that way. The other way to control them would be to actually apply textures on top that drive the amount of stretch resistance that these units have, and then you could animate that rather than the actual unit. So the units would go from like super stretchy to not stretchy at all, and you can sort of vary that over time if you like. But that again is like a bit of a longer workflow to explain. So right for now, let's increase pressure even more. Oh, that's nice. So like what we want is like these areas of tension where you can actually see that this would be like really a pain to model and kind of assume how it should happen. Whereas the NCLOS simulation does quite a nice job of kind of calculating that away for you. And it still creates like a very, very clean mesh in the end. So we can have a little bit of a situation like this. Oops. So if at any point you're happy with the results, if you're at any point like happy with the results that you have, in order to save them, you need to copy the object. If you don't copy it, like and you rewind, it just goes back to flat. Like it will go back to its original shape. So I think like if you kind of inflate this right now, and let's say this is something that we're happy with, just kind of let it simulate for a while, then press escape to pause it so it doesn't move anymore. You select this object, Control D to duplicate, and then you can even rewind the old one. Like it can remain flat again. And like now this simulated object, which has like this really nice inflation on top of it, can act as like a separate poly object as the ones that we had before. So you can kind of model and do modeling work on top of this again, if you like, in a separate manner. So we're going to take this duplicated object that is now unlinked from the NCLOS. And in order to make sure that our scene doesn't get heavy if we try something else with regards to playing, we can go to our NCLOS node within the outliner. So just navigate to the part where you have this little shirt and then select it and scroll up and then disable the enable tab here, so that you know that it won't simulate anymore. So if I play now, you can see that the timeline is really going really fast because there's no simulation. There's nothing that needs to be calculated because I've disabled the cloth. So now this object that we've created, like these airbags, for example, I'm going to make sure that some areas of them are deleted. So let's say in certain areas where we have this guy, we can remove the bubbles. So you just step into face mode, double click, and let's just choose some of them to remove. We don't need all of them, right? Yeah, that's looking quite nice. So let's say something like that. That's looking cool. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so we kind of have some areas where there is a bubble and others where there isn't. So let's kind of try to also play a little bit more with the tessellation of this bubble, so we don't have the same tessellation as we have in other areas as well. So again, I'm going to duplicate it, but this time I'm just going to move it up so that we can actually see the rest. Let me again, if by the way we delete history now, it also unlinks the cloth, so you should be very careful, like whether or not like whether or not like you want to you're happy like with what you have, because once you delete history, you'd also unlink stuff from the cloth, and the cloth becomes unusable. So right now, I think I'm happy with the cloth that we have, so I won't really change anything about it. So I will delete all of the history anyway, edit, delete all by type, history goes bye-bye. We can also get rid of the dynamic constraint, the end cloth, and the nucleus, because we won't use it. So once that is gone, we have our duplicated object here, and we actually want to like play around a little bit with this tessellation, right? So in order to do so, let's first turn everything into a triangle. So go to face mode. Oops, sorry about that. Select all of the objects. Then press space, go to mesh, go to triangulate. The next step we're going to do, because there is still kind of like a disjoint between these elements, let's just make sure that they're merged by using the merge node. So we select the object. Again, press space and hold it down. Go to edit mesh, and then you merge. So let's see. This should be working correctly now. I think that this shading group is correct. So if I switch back to face mode and I double click, yeah, everything is joined. So that's pretty good. Again, I will delete my history. So go to edit, delete all by type, and delete history. And then I'm going to grab all of the vertices. Okay. And then shift, right click, chamfer vertex. You'll see that it takes a little bit of a while because like obviously the object is now a lot bigger. So kind of always be careful. Sometimes Maya can really struggle with high poly meshes like this one. So in order to kind of make these hexagons a little bit more uniform, I'm going to make sure that the width instead of 1.25 is 0.33, which is essentially a third. So if everything is offset at a third, you actually get like a more unilateral tessellation, which is starting to look a little bit better now already. That's nice. So the next thing we're going to do, and this tends to be like a mixed bag of results, but I sometimes think it looks quite nice. We're going to take all of the edges again. Then go to create a set, step into the face mode, select all the faces, and then triangulate again. This time though, we're going to select all of the old faces within our set 3, and we're going to get rid of them. So basically just delete them. This will create a mesh that is not fully like a good mesh, because there will be a lot of these faces that are acting in a very weird way. The pattern though is nice, and we can still salvage it, but by making sure that these elements here, like these faces that are completely inappropriate in terms of like the fact that they're like these terrible n-gons, that they are removed or subdivided in a way that kind of makes this pattern work a little bit better. So in order to do so, we first need to select all of the faces together, and now we're going to use selection constraints in order to get these like very critical areas and that we need to kind of fix up a little bit. So now, after selecting all the faces from face mode, we will use Control Shift, go to selection constraints, and then in constraint, we will choose all and next, and then choose n-sided. So you can actually see now that all of these areas here are actually n-sided faces, which are a bit of a disaster. Like for Maya, this is terrible to work with, but we can fix it. And I actually think that the resultant pattern that you get on top is quite exciting. So we're going to triangulate them in an attempt to kind of fix the geometry a little bit. So we close and reset, and then we press space again, go to mesh, and then triangulate. This might crash my Maya. Oh no, actually it worked well. That's good. So now we have like this nice pattern on top. See, not all of them were successfully changed, but most of them I think are quite good. So I'm going to invert the selection by using Control Shift and I to get my quad faces in the selection. And then I'm going to offset them a little bit to the inside. So I will do Shift, right click, hold. Actually, before that, I'm going to save because Maya is notorious for crashing. Okay, so Shift, right click, and extrude. It's going to take a little while because it is quite a big model now. And in offset, let's not use offset. We'll use scaling because offset is very dicey once these forms become like huge. So we'll select one of the boxes. Any of the boxes will do. So then select the blue one, the light blue one, and then just scale in a little bit until we see a little bit of an edge appearing around all of them. Yeah, that's perfect. Get rid of this. And we have quite a nice pattern on top. There will be still areas like this one, for example, that are still a mess. I can kind of see that this face is just, it didn't want to get fixed. So we can still select them and make sure that we get rid of them just in case. So I'll select all of the faces. So go to selection constraints. And then with all annex, I will still isolate only the n-gons, close and reset. And let's see what we get, because some of them might still be kind of okay. Yeah, no, these all need to go. And that's looking surprisingly clean. So I'm going to select this object now, reduce the number of subdivisions in the smooth preview by pressing page down many times. You can actually see it, like when I select this, and if you take a look at the subdivision levels, when I'm pressing page up and page down, you can see that it goes from like 1 to 0. So we'll keep it at 1, and I'm going to hit 3, and then let's see. Let's pray that this doesn't crash, because otherwise I think it will look quite nice. So it will actually ask you, Maya kind of anticipates that this might be an issue, so we'll ask you whether you want to switch it to a smooth preview, because it can be like that it contains so many faces. You can just say yes. That's not bad. It actually turned out, I think, quite well. I'm going to select this object, and I'm going to change the shading just a little bit. So display polygons, so we can see the edges a little bit better, the outer edges. Whoops, definitely no cancel operation, and then preview subdivision to 1, and then hit 3, say yes. So we have this kind of like a zebra-like pattern on top, where, you know, a part of the model might be one color, and another part can be another color, so it can kind of create quite a nice, I think, quite a nice detail. I'm going to just put it a little bit above. For example, in this situation, well, luckily this model is in a 0, so I suppose I could just take it to 0. But sometimes if you kind of have two models that are matching and you just kind of want to bring it back to wherever the old one was, the copy was, you can also match that. You don't need to like eyeball it like I was doing right now. So in order to match that, you just select this object, like the ones that I just selected right now. Select the target object with Shift and then click, and then press space, modify, match transformations, match translation. And now it's sitting on top of it as it should. I think this like pattern looks quite cool. So we can also maybe, just to make it a little bit less 2D, because now we have quite a successful edge to the pattern because we've extruded it once. We can only kind of take the internal faces and just push them out slightly so that it's not just like a 2D thing sticking on top of a bubble. So I'm going to select this pattern. I'm going to go to edit again and then delete all history by type, just to clean up anything that might be weird in the scene. Press Ctrl+1 to isolate the object. Go to face mode. Select all of the faces. And now I'm going to select the boundary first. So Control, right click, and then go to selection boundary. And then, because I'm actually interested in whatever's inside, I'm going to invert it by pressing Control Shift and I. So that inverts it. So what I want to try to do with this is now to transform constraint and then create a little bit of a depth to this pattern. So let's go to Shift, right click, transform component. And then let's move it just a little bit along the blue axis to give it a bit of a thickness. So it's not just like a flat pattern. So there's like an actual thickness on top of it. We go back to object mode, release, and then we hit 3 again, say yes to the warning. Yeah, it looks quite nice. So obviously, because this is more of like a hackable way to kind of do a pattern that looks really complex in a very fast way, like so that you kind of don't lose too much time around making it. It's not always a perfect result. Like the pattern, depending on what you're going for, might be a bit messy. I think it looks good enough, and in renders, usually it looks fine. So it will serve its purpose. Although for like clean modeling, it is best to avoid it. I just kind of like the results. So I tolerate the fact that it's a bit of a messy model, I would say. Similar logic can be used on any surface. So like I was saying before, we started with something that was a quad. We turned it into a triangle, chamfered all the vertices in order to achieve the hexagons, saved the edges of the hexagons, triangularized again, and then deleted the saved selection. Whatever was left, we selected only the n-gon faces, triangulated them in order to clean them up, and inverted the selection in order to create like a little offset ring around the remaining faces in order to create something that's a bit more clean, and that can also be sort of subdivided into 3. So I think this is looking quite good. Let me turn on shaded view and add the wireframe on top. So now I think like our person is a bit more concordant with the kind of environment that he's in as well. So obviously, like the kind of logics that we were applying to the person here and the wearable, I think you're all kind of starting to realize that I'm using pretty much the same logic for the building as well. Like as far as adding subdivisions and adding like details is concerned, it always makes sense for you to kind of go in a way where you can kind of control the amount of detail that is being added and always save your original meshes. So let's, for example, add like some texture on top of these columns as well. That's maybe not like this one, but maybe something that we can also control with mesh like we were doing here. But this time, perhaps instead of it being perforated, maybe it can just be a dot mesh on top. So let's, again, duplicate, move this up. Let's see, question. Can the fallout work on the pattern that you made? Well, the pattern that I made, falloff could work on it as well. I'm just worried that like in this case, the pattern is really already very, very complex and it has a lot of subdivisions. It might crash it also because it's not particularly clean. The falloff pattern that we were using on the previous model was very, very clean, which also is more stable. So like Maya, I think, would struggle less with it. With this one, I think you would get like very mixed results. So I almost wouldn't dare. What I would maybe try with this one is to subdivide it and then apply another layer of inflation on top of it, which might take quite a while to simulate because it's quite detailed in amount of subdivisions that it has already. But I think like the output will be also quite fun to see. So let's add a little bit of a texture on top of this as well. Again, as usual, we can just add subdivisions. Let's go for something quite detailed. That's actually fine. And we're going to delete all of the history and turn this into a diagrid like we did before, because usually like these quad grids don't look as good in like a dot pattern, to be honest. So maybe let's do a diagrid instead. So let's select all the faces. Sorry, first we select all of the edges. So you step into edge mode, select all of the edges. Press space, create, set. So we have the set saved out here. Go to face mode, select all the faces, poke, like I did before. And then select our set. From the outliner by right-clicking, going to select members, delete, and we have our diagrid. So the diagrid is looking pretty great, I would say. Save again. And with this diagrid, I will actually try to use the blend deformer rather than the mesh blend deformer, so you can actually see how you can do things like we were saying, like in a more of a paint it on sort of way. So let's do a bit of a different pattern so we don't repeat ourselves. I will grab the edges, and then I'll select one and the adjacent edge with let's say with the ring. So you select one edge and the one across from it by pressing Shift and then double clicking to select the full ring. You'd go to select and then convert selection like we were using before to edge loop. Now it's a bit annoying. There's some intersection within our edge loops. We basically want it more to be like a stripe version of it. But because of how I set up the geometry, there's some intersections. Let's try with this. Perhaps it will still work relatively well. Oops. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to detach this. So space, hold it down, edit mesh, and detach. That's great. We're seeing this a little bit better. I'm actually going to get rid of the rest of the mesh just to make it a little bit easier and a little bit lighter for us to work with. So just select this detached part here, double click, then Shift and double click the other detached part, like this one, and then another one. We can just delete that. Yeah, we only want this section to work with essentially. I think it's going to be okay if we stick to just this one. So then we go to edit, delete all by type, history. You'll notice that I do this quite often. It's just good practice. Just keep that in mind when you're working as well. So right now what we want to do is we want to create a different, let's say, pattern in which we have, let's say, a little bit of a more of a offset in between these lines and a bigger and a smaller offset, so we can kind of paint stuff on a little bit and play with that. So what we want to do is to select the object, go to Shift, right click, and then we want to extrude. So with the first extrude, like we were doing before, instead of using offset, what we could use this time around is scale. So let's, again, select one of the boxes, then use the light blue one to scale inside. Just like that, almost all the way, like almost as if you're trying to make a little line. I think that would also be fine. And then, because we want to get rid of the back face as well, like we don't actually need it for our model. what we want to do is grow the selection once. So you do shift and greater than, that grows it once. You reverse the selection by using Control, Shift, and I. So now like the back face is essentially being selected, and you just get rid of that face. You just press delete. So what we end up with is this outer loop and this inner loop. And that's exactly what we want. So in our object, one of them needs to be like this, like I just made it right now. So I'm going to duplicate it with Control D and just move it a little bit to the side. But the other object, in that one, the extrusion and the scaling should not be like a lot. It should actually be very small. So we will go back to our node that deals with poly extrude face. And then see here in our channel box in the poly extrude face, we have this part that says 0.06 for the local scale. We need this to become 0.95. So it's almost at the same edge as like the original edge. We'll duplicate this one as well and just move it to the side again. And now we want to link these two, but in a way that's a bit different than using Mesh. You can just use like a deformer instead of Mesh. Mesh is a bit of like a younger version of this, and I think this one is maybe a bit more like laborious in terms of you have to do things again and again, but it can also be quite fun. So we'll select this object first and this one second. And then we will navigate our tab from our FX tab, which here is in the top left corner, into our modeling tab. And then in the modeling tab, we have something called the form. And then in the form, we have blend shape. So choose blend shape. And you will see that in your inputs, right now you kind of see this thing appearing that's called like blend shape 1. And there's a tweak to it as well. It chooses like the target object, which is the second one that we selected. So I'm going to select that object. I'm going to go to the attribute editor of the object, and I'm going to navigate to wherever it says blend shape. So you just go to these cards on top, hover above them, and then keep scrolling. You're just gonna scroll, scroll, scroll. Okay. So I've found the scroll, and it says like pdisk44, and then gives me the amount to blend. So I'm going to blend it all the way. So now there's no difference between this object and this one because it's completely blended to its target object. But if I take a look at it now, it just kind of looks like these like streaks are all very small. So perhaps maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want to create like a little bit of a difference like we did before. So the way to do that is to paint weights on top of this object, which is basically like color data that is attached to the vertex, which drives the transformation of the vertex with regards to the blend shape. So in order to do that, we go back to our deform tab in our ribbon up here. And then we go to paint weights. And there's one called blend shape. And we actually want to open up this option box next to it. And you will see everything right now is in white. But you can increase the size of your brush, which you do by holding down B and then using your middle mouse button to drag in order to make it bigger. And now, because everything's already white, we actually need to add some of the black. So to tell it like you actually need a value of 0 in these areas, you don't need the white one. So if we take a look at our tool settings, which open up on the side, there's something called replace, which is great. That means that the paint operation will replace the existing color. But we also see now that the value is in 1. When the value is in 1, it basically corresponds to white, and 0 corresponds to black. So we will change the value to 0, and then we will do some sketching here. So you just kind of hover above a certain element, and you just do a little click. And you can also let's even expand the influence. Yeah, it's working out quite great. You can even just drag. You don't need to do it like click by click. You can just drag like this. Sometimes it doesn't connect because basically there's differences inside of the mesh, right? Because the mesh has these disjointed edges in between. So sometimes it doesn't quite understand that you're kind of wanting to move across because the edge is actually what's it called, detached. So essentially, if I took a look now, if we take a look into what's happening here, you can see how this is starting to expand, like this subdivision is starting to expand. So we can just kind of add a little bit of, so I'm pretty sure that the question was actually geared toward this. Basically, you just kind of paint weights, and it kind of looks like you're painting on a transformation. So this is basically how you would do it with, instead of using the influence node, you can also add like little sketches like this, which I actually think also works quite great. Like you can have a bit more control, maybe even if you're more of like a type of person who's very okay with this kind of tasks that are repetitive. A lot of sculptors are, and modelers tend to be like quite patient. I don't always, but I find this one to have like quite a nice result. So it's kind of worth taking a little bit of time to try to paint stuff on like this. So it actually kind of gives you a chance to kind of create these quite nice differences in, whoops, there you go. Differences in offsetting between the edges of the mesh. Let's work a little bit more on this. Some more. Looks quite nice. So essentially, like when we add a certain material on top, like we can choose that, you know, the internal face has this different material, and all of these like lines of material will be fading in and out and creating these, I think, quite nice effects inside of the Maya model quite well. So basically, also detaching the object gives you this chance of creating these almost staggered elements, like when you see this kind of gray fading out. I think this looks pretty good. So if we switch back to object mode, so I've left the paint vertex mode, you can kind of see what I mean. So in order to make it a bit more apparent, I'll just select this object, I'll duplicate it in order to unlink from my blend node shape. And let's just try to select the bordering edges. So I select everything in face mode, control, selection boundary. And I think now you can probably see what I mean, like with regards to kind of creating this like streaks of color that can somehow be quite different from the other material and create like opportunity for like a nice material effect on top of it. So for example, again, we can just grab this one, then grab the original low poly model by shift and select, and then space, modify, match transformations, match translation. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think it's sitting quite well on top of one another. I'm actually going to like maybe color it a bit differently so we can see a little bit easier. So let's just select this mesh and then assign new material. This time around, I'm going to assign an Arnold material rather than a Lambert. So like once you go to like right click and assign new material, you have this option box open. And then in Maya, if you choose Maya here, just try to find something called standard surface. This is what it looks like. So not surface shader or shading map, standard surface. There we go. And I'll just put in some really obvious color for now. We can control it later to something nicer. Yeah, I think this is looking quite good. Maybe only again, as we did before, let's just push out this pattern outside a little bit so that we avoid intersection with the original element underneath. So we go back to face mode. We select all the faces, then shift, right click, we transform component. So you can see, I think like we've used transform component like 20 times already in this tutorial alone. So let's just go to the blue and then push out either in or out. You can see as it's moving outside which direction. Yeah, this is looking quite good. Sometimes if you move, zoom out and there's like some intersection, it's also a viewport issue. Like, don't worry, maybe in the render it might actually be completely fine. So I actually like this one a lot more, so I might even get rid of this one. I'll just hide it, Control H. Yeah, it looks quite cool even on its own. Let's add the red material on top of this one as well, just to kind of relate them a little bit to one another. So what I did was basically select the object, and then instead of assigning a new material, you can assign an existing one. And I just chose the last one that I created, which is the red one. Let's also add number 3 on top of this. Yes, I am sure. Oh, looks quite nice. That's perfect. All right, so for our bubbles, let's also create some sort of, let's call it like substructure or something. So let's just first navigate and try to find where our, there's the low poly version. That didn't take long. So I'm just going to select the low poly version, duplicate it again, as we always do. I'll use these as well, like the bubbles, just to know where they are, and then isolate. So in this case, we know that we would need, we don't need the substructure to appear in these areas. So let's just grab those ones and delete them. No on them. Okay, goodbye. And now we can just use the copy isolated with Control-1. So how should we add the structure here? Let's check Q&A. So how did you achieve the first pattern far left that you have on the title page of the webinar? I'm not sure which one that would be. Let me try to see if I can find what you mean. So we can maybe look into that one as well. The red one. The red one is actually material. I can show you that as well. So it's not necessarily like just like a pattern that we had, like a geometrical pattern, but it's also a material on top. It's essentially very close to, maybe we can even do it now instead of substructure. So basically that one uses kind of clean loops from here in order to create another set of loops inside, and then creating those like bumps on top. So I think we can also maybe demonstrate it on a clean version if this one is a good topology. And let me see if it is. Nope. So I think I'm just gonna have to make it. Well, okay, so let's just make it now. I'll switch the vertices, and then I'll create like these cuts as we usually do in order to turn them back into quads. So again, a bit of a tedious task, but won't take too long. Let's do it like that. So you can also just like, once you're happy with a subdivide, you just hit enter and just keep doing the same thing. You can also use connect because it's vertices, but I sometimes think that multicut is just slightly bit faster. So the reason why I'm doing this is because, as you can see in the pattern that you mentioned, essentially, like we need clean loops that are running from one side to the other. So we actually need this to be a quad that is, like I was showing before, like that kind of has loops running along a certain axis, which can only happen if we have quads, which are then merged like this. So we select our object after we've, oh, I didn't quadrangulate everything. So go back to vertices, shift, right click, multicut, then select these, hit enter to accept. Okay, all of them are quads now. I'm gonna jump back to object mode. So right click and then object mode. And then I'm going to go to space, hold it down, edit mesh, merge. So everything is merged. So what I actually did for that one, I just needed to create more loops along one direction and then create like bumps on top of them. So essentially we need to add more loops in this direction. So in order to do that, we need to add edges. So we select the edge from edge mode, we select the edge, go to Shift, right click, and there's something called Insert Edge Loop tool. Instead of choosing it here, actually choose to open the tool settings from the option box. And now we actually want to do multiple edge loops. And let's do, I think like 6 would be okay. And then if I hover above an edge and click, you'll see that in this direction, I'm adding like 6 loops, right? So in all of these like continuous loops, I'm just adding 6 all along. You just click, that's it. So essentially, now I have like rows of subdivisions that I can actually also like choose every other vertex and then create like that sort of pattern that's like folds, let's say. So if I went to vertex mode now and just selected every other vertex, I would be able to create these folds, which then become this kind of pattern that creates a little bit more like a corrugated, like almost like a corrugated pattern. The difference between this one and the other one on the image is just that before I did the other one, I also inflated the object. So that's why there's like, it's a cross essentially between this inflated one and the one that I'm making right now, which is flat. So essentially you would always kind of seek to select every other vertex so you can always have like a peak and a valley. So you kind of create this quite a nice, I think, pattern in the end. Always select every other vertex and you move up. 1, 2, 3. I should have added actually 7 subdivisions, not 6, because we always like end up with one that you cannot move because it's on the edge of the object. But it's getting to kind of like a similar language. And obviously you can maybe even exaggerate it a little bit in certain areas. So always every other, so that you have a little bit of a crease in all of them. And then another, whoops. So obviously like one mistake that I made is probably better to just use an odd number of subdivisions, because then we wouldn't end up with this kind of like chilling out on the side. But the general logic is that you would create clean loops that run in one direction, and then you can actually grab every other vertex after you add more edges in that direction, so that you can kind of control like this bump going up and down, and creating those folds. Obviously, you could also do the inflation first with the end cloth, so that you can actually kind of create that first bulb rather than working it from it being flat. Although even as flat, I think it looks quite interesting still. Well, you would apply to the inflated bubbles by taking care that let's say that the topology is actually correct. Because if you kind of subdivided the inflated bubbles, the topology doesn't quite work. Like we could have a version of that, I suppose, but it wouldn't work quite as well. Like, because the way in which oops, this sometimes happens. Oh my God, there we go. Yes, so if you take a look at the inflated topology, it's a bit different. The loops aren't running really in the same direction. So in the sense here, you could do a version of it, I suppose, just by also, well, let's try to do it from here. Also by choosing every other loop, and then going to edge mode, shift, transform component, and then there we go. Let's choose 3. And then it becomes a bit more of a, oops. That had me worried for a second. Thought it was definitely gonna crash. So you would actually always choose like these loops. It's just that the loops in this one are a bit different, so I don't think they work quite as well as the other one, because they kind of break, so you need to take other loops in their direction. Not that this looks bad, man, mind you. I think this actually could also look quite nice, but you always kind of take care that, you know, that you should be choosing like every other loop. Yeah, that's looking quite nice, actually. Yeah, no problem. So it's always about like kind of creating like a little bit of a difference in the type of the subdivision that you also have, because sometimes, and you can already see this from what I've previously been doing, like the flow of edges is really important, because it really ends up dictating a lot how your object looks like. I actually quite like these two, so I'm going to save them, and I'm going to delete everything else. Shift right click, and then Shift Control and I to invert, and then delete the rest. Yeah, I think they look quite nice, in fact. Maybe we can have them on the side. So let's just bring them back in. So for example, this is what I meant by always saving like more of your pattern than you actually intend to use, because when you try to do stuff like this, like kind of wedge it in, it doesn't always get the best results, I would say. So let's modify, let's select this space, modify center pivot, and then let's press R to scale and just like make it a little bit smaller. That's not bad. Okay, so these copies here that we were just using for patterning, I'm going to remove. We don't really need them. Select them and delete. Let's go ahead and alien landscape for our explorer. So let's take a look a little bit more into how we can maybe develop also the roof, because right now it's looking a bit bland. Actually, not super big fan of this, so let's kind of change that up a little bit. I will hide this second roof, and I will use this one as like a base where we can try to work more with a little bit of the ribbing strategy that we just saw. Actually, the topology for this one will be quite good, I believe, for what we were just discussing. So let's just duplicate it and Control-I to isolate. And let's do at least one more subdivision. So from our poly modeling to add more subdivisions. This is looking quite good. Actually, let's try to take it a bit further and try to find a more parametric way of doing that, so we don't have to select everything one by one. So I think like the best way would probably be if we just select these loops as they are right now. So we go back to edge mode, select one loop, press shift, select the adjoining one so that we create a full ring, and then do the same here. Shift, double click, and then let's select, convert selection to edge loop. Yeah, it actually works well. We can just add these manually. And now let's get rid of the ones on the edge. So I will press Control and double click the naked edge. So anything that's on the far edge of the mesh, so that we can remove if there's some that are caught into it and that are on the outside. And let's save these, create. So space, hold down space, create, set, and create set. I will go back to one mode. So first object mode for this one, and then hit 1. And then let's try to subdivide this once more. So we select this object, subdivide, and then we select the set. Ah, perfect. So because this set has already been selecting every other loop, so now in the further subdivision, we already have the every other loop thing selected. So maybe we can just, oh, that would be quite nice. So let's go to edge, Shift, right click, transform component. There you go. That actually works quite well. And you can do it in kind of one go, I suppose. Oh, that's not bad. Sort of successful. Perhaps it would have been a good idea to get rid of the edges here so we don't disturb the edge of the roof, so as to lose like the serrated edge on the side. Let's see if that's possible. So let's just step back, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, one more, one more, one more. There we go. Okay, so in order to condense this, we can actually condense the selection, which is if someone is using Maya 2018, this might not be a thing. I think they just added it in 2020 and it's quite a useful tool. So I actually really recommend Maya 2020. So in the select, there's something called, yes, shrink along loop. So that should theoretically, perfect. So it only got rid of the edges that are at the outermost loop because it's trying to shrink the edges on each side from the loop's full length. So now if we shift and right click and transform these, we'll actually be able to just keep, perfect. So the edge of the roof is somehow intact. So it kind of maybe sits a little bit nicer. Kind of break the tangency a bit, but let's see. Oh, maybe like this is nicer. That's pretty good. All right, so Control 1 to remove isolate select. Yeah, that actually creates quite a nice edge here because it doesn't disturb the edge of the roof. That's looking good. So we have a little bit of a pattern on top of the roof as well. So essentially, like in general, the idea here was to sort of show you many different ways in which to create patterns in Maya. Some more successful than others, I would say. And while this one is quite fun, I think, like with the way I see it, it's also a little bit of an unstable one. So be careful. It's always best to keep meshes as clean as you possibly can. Like this is a super clean mesh. This would be quite a nice one to work with further, actually. So I'm going to duplicate this one, isolate, and maybe let's add a little bit more subdivision. And let's see what else we can achieve with this mesh. Perhaps a little bit more subdivision in the other direction would have been actually nicer. Let's go step back. I'll move into mode 1. So I just undo what I was doing. And I'm actually going to add more loops in this direction because it looks like more loose. So in mode 1, I'm going to go to edge mode, select this loop, shift, right click, insert edge loop. I'm going to add our loops 6 again as we had before. That's pretty nice. And then we can continue to do our patterning in this direction. Add just a little bit more interest into what's happening here, I think could be quite nice. Oops, that was too much. So shift, double click, shift, double click, shift, double click. Okay, we got those loops, maybe these ones as well. Shift, double click, shift, double click, shift, double click. And then transform component. Yeah, that's quite nice. So we have like a little bit more detail on the side as well. Perfect. Let's hide the old one, which is now, I guess, the new low poly. It's looking quite nice. Let's take a look at one more technique in order to proliferate something on top of a surface. I know you've asked about particles, but I think this is such a huge topic that it would really be nice to kind of leave it for a separate webinar where we can like really dive into particles a bit more. But I will show a way to proliferate an object on top of a surface, which can also be quite fun. So let's take maybe which surface seems like the most fun to do this on. let's take this one because this one is kind of bare now, so we can also give it a little bit more stuff on top. So let's duplicate this object again, use Control-1 to isolate it, and I'm going to only use these 3 columns. So in face mode, double click, invert the selection, and then delete the rest. We don't need the rest. Let me just, that's better. So say that we have this object like this, and if we subdivide it somehow like that, maybe even smaller. Let's say that we actually wanted to add some kind of pattern on top of every face in the object that kind of is like just scattered around or arrayed on top of this object. We could do this similarly, like the way we're working with mesh and the blend shape. We could also try to proliferate an object on top of this. And right now I'm going to just create like a very basic object. It can really be anything. It's up to you. But let's, for example, yeah, maybe just like a simple cone would be fine. So you can either create it like we were doing before by pressing Shift, right click on somewhere blank on the screen that's not connected to any object. And then we can just do a cone. It will be created in the origin, so wherever is the 0. If you can't really find it, just press F. There we go. Right now the subdivision axis is 20. We're going to reduce that to like 3 is fine. It can just be like more of a pyramid really. So let's make this bigger because it's quite small now. So press R, scale up. Scale up more. Let's move it here. Well, that might be too big. So let's do R again and let's move it down a little bit. 3. So in mode 3, it kind of looks like this. Let's make the top a little bit more prominent, so there's actually like a little, it's like a little peak. That's nice. And let's make the base more flat. So in vertex mode, I will select everything in the base. I'll press R for scaling and just scale everything out like this. Actually, that is looking a bit chubby. So let's just make it as it was. Yeah, actually, this is quite nice. So let's take this object and we want, for example, to array it everywhere on top of this mesh here in the direction of the mesh. So how will we do that? We would select the object and then go to FX, go to mesh. And then instead of going to utilities, well, where we went the other time, we're going to instead just create a mesh network. So once you create the mesh network, in your outliner, there should be something called mesh repro mesh. If you select that and press F, you will see that there's already like 10 objects of the cone that we just created, which is now hidden, that are just kind of arrayed one next to another. So like we're using this hidden node of the cone that we just made, and we're just kind of duplicating it along a certain array. This array right now is a linear array that just has 10 objects, but this array can also, instead of being a linear array, be tied to this mesh instead. So it can actually reflect what the position of the vertex or a face in the mesh. So in order to do this, we need to select our repro mesh, or rather our mesh node, which is this kind of node in the outliner, which appears as this like cube with like red edges saying mesh. And then in our attribute editor, we'll see like there's a bunch of stuff that you can add in mesh. Mesh is basically used for like motion design. So a lot of the stuff of this is like just connected to animation. You know, like those cool commercials that you see, basically Cinema 4D is usually the culprit there, but this is somehow like a similar thing that you can do in Maya as well. So you will see that to your mesh node, there's a distribute and a repro node related. Distribute node relates to obviously how this object that we've turned into a mesh node is kind of distributed around. So obviously like it's a bit of like what you actually need to do in order to populate. So we navigate to the distribute node as it is. And right now, this distribution type is linear. So that's why we have like 10 objects, one next to another in a linear fashion. So we can change the linear distribution type to a mesh. But then it will also say, okay, so if you're using a mesh, like tell me which mesh. So there's an input mesh that needs to be accepted here. And in our case, like this will be this mesh, which in the group 1 is called disk 51. So we navigate back to the mesh node, and we know that disk 51, which we can hover above in the outliner and then use the middle mouse button and drag it over to the input mesh and then release. And then you can see already that they're kind of trying to sort of scatter along this mesh. The direction is a bit wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the original cone, which is here. I will unhide it. So let's do Shift H. So I actually don't want it to be facing that way. I want it to be facing down. So I will step into vertex mode for a second, select all of the vertices, select E for rotation, and then hold down J, the J button, while I'm rotating around along the red axis. So just keep rotating until you hit like 90 degrees. J is basically just a way for you to kind of keep doing this at a step, so you know that it's rotating to that. And then let's, in our repro mesh node, instead of using scatter, let's just try using face center. That's looking better because it's actually oriented in the way that we want. So right now it is only allowing for 10 points. So this is what you get. As you increase, it starts populating other parts as well. If you wanted to kind of make sure that everything is populated, you could just use flood mesh, and your entire object becomes like completely flooded with this object here. So I'm going to like just kind of mess around with this one a bit, just until this starts looking a little bit nicer, because right now I think it looks a bit crazy. So I'll just step into vertex mode on my cone, use W, and then let's just take it in a little bit. That's looking a bit better. And another way to kind of add a little bit more interest, let's say, to this pattern is to make sure, if I step back into object mode and use my mesh node again, there's something with face and edge settings in the distribute node in mesh in your attribute editor, which can enable scaling. So obviously, like this is trying now to scale according to the size of the edge of the face. The multiplier is something that you can use to kind of control the general scaling so that it doesn't look too far off. But I think this is starting to look quite nice. So obviously, depending on the topology of your mesh, you will have like very different results. And obviously, you can just use any kind of object that you like. It doesn't need to be this. This pyramid can be something a bit more exciting, I think. But it still gives you like this quite interesting pattern on top. I think now that we have this situation like lined up, there's quite a lot of the objects in the scene actually. So let's take a look maybe into how to visualize them just a little bit to kind of give you an inkling into how this could actually look like in general. So especially for those who are working with Maya 2020, the rendering in Arnold has been improved, as well as the viewport. So usual Maya viewport, if you go to the render tab here in your viewport, it's either viewport 2.0 or Arnold. So viewport 2.0 is what you see now. It's like a hardware viewport. I'm going to turn off the wireframe on top of this as well. Okay, that's better. But we can also switch to an Arnold viewport, which is not really real time, but it's kind of getting there, I guess. So in order for this to work, for us to be able to actually show this, I'm going to hide this object. We first need to add a light into the scene. And we're just going to work with a very basic sky dome light. So go to Arnold. So in your upper tab where you have like all these rollout menus, your Arnold tab, go to lights and just add a sky dome light. A sky dome light should appear in your scene, and it's like this sphere. Once you've done that, the only thing you need to do is go to your renderer, and from Viewport 2.0, switch to Arnold. And after you've done that, you just give Arnold a little bit of a chance to load up because it can take a little bit of a time. There we go. And then you'll actually get like a very, very, very basic render. So like this doesn't really have and much to it. Like the materials are still a disaster. It's very flat, but you actually are starting to get something of like a nicer preview of what this space might look like, which I think is already looking kind of cool. So let's stop this for now. You can pause the render because it will eat up a lot of your processing power, as you can imagine. It will just jump back into what it was as like the hardware viewport. I'm going to add a plane into this, or rather a disk. So I'll just go to the poly modeling tab in the top corner here, choose a disk, and just scale it up. Just press R and scale it up from the middle because we just want to create something that kind of looks like a ground. And I'm going to take this down a little bit because it seems, no, actually it is in the right position. So if I play my Arnold viewport again, and I'm going to go to my outliner, scroll down all the way and just select one of the sets just so I can get rid of whatever is selected in the scene. That's not looking bad. Let's see, nice. So let's just set this up a little bit because it would be a shame not to see a little bit of a nicer visualization of this, I think. So let's stop all of this. I'm going to actually, I think, let's just select all of the objects in the scene, except for the ground. And we also need to select the repro mesh. That's great. Let's just add a new material. So hover above it, right click, assign new material. And again, in Maya, we're going to choose a standard surface. And if we scroll to our outliner, we're going to select one of the sets just to deselect everything. Let's replay this again. So right now, everything is the same material. So I think we can do with a little bit of variation. But from now on, let's just use Arnold materials because in general, they tend to look just much better in Arnold, I would say. So in order to navigate to wherever this last material that I created was, we can also just turn our DAG display off yet once again. So in display, we can uncheck DAG objects only, and then scroll down. And the last standard surface shader was standard surface shader 6. So let's mess around a little bit with this one. Let's first make the color black. So in the base, you can make the color black and everything will turn black. If you can see that there's like some kind of a weird overlap here, it's because our low poly mesh from the hexagon grid is still there. I'm just going to hide it. And there's another one, I think. Yes, there is. Yep, that cleaned it up. So again, let's go back to our surface. I'm going to go to sheen, and I'm going to increase sheen. Not too much though. Maybe you decrease the roughness of the sheen. Sheen just adds a halo on top of the object, like this kind of whitish halo. It's looking not bad for like a very basic render. Let's add a different material on top of this pattern and the pattern that we have on the columns. Nice. So assign new material, Maya, and we will assign the standard surface again. This time, what kind of color we can go for? Let's maybe increase the metalness so that the color is like a more metallic one. And then let's select something else so that we can see how it looks. That's looking quite interesting now. Some patterning. let's maybe try to make this guy, or like the bubbles underneath, something a bit transparent. So I'm going to select them, assign new material, go to Maya again, find another standard surface. But this time we're going to go into transmission and increase transmission. Transmission essentially is like a way for you to create a semi-transparent material. Let's see how it looks. Oops. Not bad, but seems to have a little bit of trouble. Maybe it's a bit of a too deep of a shadow. That's looking quite nice though. Maybe this material can also be something else. So I will assign a new material to Maya, standard surface. And for this one, instead of transmission being increased, maybe we can try subsurface instead. So basically these sliders that indicate like this number from 0 to 1 or something like that, these are the best way to kind of control the amount of a certain material type that you're adding to your scene. So the subsurface material, I'm going to change the color. If you believe it, chicken usually works really great. Subsurface scattering materials are kind of heavy, but I think the results are quite nice because they actually give you this difference in density, like because this edge is kind of thin, it becomes a bit lighter, and then as the material increases in density, it goes to something a bit like less transparent. I actually think this one might benefit from the same type of material. Let's just grab these and put them into the last one as well. Nice. I think this is looking pretty good. I'll just change the shading from this orangey color. This one is acting out a little bit because I believe it is flipped. So with subsurface scattering, flipped normals are a thing. So in order to flip it fast, you just select the object, press space, go to mesh display, and then reverse. Yeah, that's working much better. You can see though that like the render is struggling a little bit more because subsurface scattering tends to be a bit of a more demanding material type. Let's really find, where is it? Oh, there we go, material number 9. Let's change this to something else. The color really is quite weird. Does the blue work better? Nah, maybe yellow. Seems that I'm winding back on the orange. Doesn't look bad. Maybe this one could actually also be that one to unify it a bit more. Let's see what the repro mesh will look like with this one. Yeah, actually it's quite nice, I would say. This material is a clear winner. Let's just give it a little bit of time to, yeah, that looks nice. Maybe this one. I think this one is looking actually quite good, so I'm going to apply it to the rest as well. Then maybe we can create a little bit of a difference between two with different shades. This one is flipped as well. So let's flip this surface too. Reverse. Could be that this is flipped too. So that's why it's creating issues. Sometimes this happens, like your Rhino, or sorry, your Arnold will freeze. Feel free to just stop it. Go back to object mode here, and then navigate back to the viewport 2.0 render type. But if you just open it up again and then replay, it will recover essentially. See? That's not bad. I might actually apply to the ground as well, just to unify the entire drawing. Cool. So let's see what Yes, we have one more that is in black. So let's grab maybe a couple of elements and then just change them to the same subsurface scattering material, but with a bit of a different shade. Let's align this one. So essentially, I think I changed all of them to the same material now. But let's grab maybe the patterns and assign a new material. And again, it's a standard surface and can have the subsurface, but perhaps a shade of, nope, marble. Let's see how that looks. Let's give it a chance. Yeah, actually, this looks quite fun. Let's see. Nice. Nice. Maybe let's change the color of the environment a little bit. Just assign a new one. Go to standard surface. Now do something like an orangey one, but just a lighter orange so that kind of pops more. Ah, wrong tab. This is specular. Specular should be white. There we go. Yeah, I think this looks quite good. Nice. Okay, let's not neglect also our wearable, which right now is in black. So I'm going to hide the DAG objects just a little bit. And I'm going to apply the same material to these guys. Maybe it can even be the last one. And then maybe one or two of these can be the other type. So for example, I mean, as you can see, like there's a lot of tweaking with regards to material, and really in the end also depends on your own personal taste. But like the setup for the render itself is so easy. Like you can just use very basic materials and just a sky dome light in order to create like quite nice images outright. I would maybe like prefer to also show you a little bit of more interesting lighting than what we have here. That is looking nice. Great. Let's stop this. And instead of using our usual sky dome light, we're going to hide it for now. So if you were to play it now, there's no light in the scene. So Arnold doesn't really know what to do. Instead of using that one, we're going to go to Arnold and going to go to lights and to create an area light. Increase the size of it. It's just like an object. And you can see like this direction actually indicates in which direction it's lighting up the scene. If you played it now, you will actually see again nothing. But in when you select your light in your attribute editor, you should find something called normalize. There we go. If you uncheck it, it kind of starts increasing in size. And you can use the intensity and the exposure in order to obviously intensify the light, as you might imagine. You can also change the shape of the light. Quad is a bit, sometimes maybe a bit like aggressive to just see like a square. So it can also be quite nice to do a circle. So the quad can be changed into a circle. Just a second. Whoop. My screen froze a little bit. So quad can be a disk, which is a bit more natural. And what I usually like to do as well is to add a little bit of, to just kind of make the thing a bit more atmospheric. To add a little bit of like an atmosphere in terms of adding like a volume effect on top of the light as well. So what you would do, for this, you would need to add an environmental effect. In order for this to work, you have to go to render settings first, which are located here in the ribbon. So you will open up the render settings here. And you need to go to Arnold Render. In environment, in this tab here, like when you navigate down, there's something called atmosphere. Atmosphere by default, like there's nothing, but if you click on the checkered board, you can create an AI atmosphere volume, which adds a new node into the scene. I will close the render setting right now. You don't really need them anymore. So this density expresses the amount of turbidity in the atmosphere that you have. So if this has like a bit of a higher number, you'll start seeing that the light becomes like kind of caught into this mist, if you want. And you can also make sure that that like caught light has a certain type of color as well. So if I check my area light again, maybe just let's find a better position for it. I'm just going to move it around. So the great thing about like the new version of Maya, like I was saying in Maya 2020, this has become a little bit more friendly, I would say, than it was before in terms of how you can set up like rendering within your Maya window, because it also is now kind of supplanting whatever was happening with, I don't like the position of that light, what's happening with the hardware render. So you can kind of check these things a bit more easily. Let's just add some lights right underneath the roofs of these things, because that kind of makes sense as a strategy, I would say. That's looking quite interesting. Lights can be duplicated in the same way as other objects. You just hit Control D and you can move it around to wherever you like, and there will be like another light. There we go. I didn't duplicate the other one. So I just kind of add a little bit of lights underneath these. Well, it looks relatively good. And let's just give it a moment to kind of sharpen out the image. So these passes that are happening are basically just like, obviously increasing slowly in the render quality and everything as the render is being calculated. So I think this is looking sort of cool, if I do say so. I think like this pattern, the zero pattern, like as you can see, even though it's a bit of a shoddy model in that sense, but it kind of works in a render. Like you don't really mind, you don't really see any kind of issue arising there. Let's see what our inhabitant is doing. Take a look once it renders out a little bit. And you can see like this really great effect that subsurface scattering objects have. So like the triple S material kind of, the light gets caught inside of the object and actually gets rendered quite nicely. You can kind of see the light being caught inside. Basically, subsurface scattering materials are kind of like wax. So like if you see wax materials, like this is what usually you would do in like a rendering environment in order to achieve a wax type material. I think like this is looking great, but I would say the one thing that it's kind of missing is maybe some other assets that might elevate it a little bit further, this alien scene. There is something quite convenient in Maya, like as you saw in the content browser from which we took like the human as well. There's other elements that you can borrow. So let's take a look at maybe something else that we could populate into the scene just to create a little bit of a nicer effect. So in our sculpting in the content browser, well, I don't think we need any of these animals, but usually in paint effects, we can try to take a look at some of the plants. And I think that could be quite nice. So basically in the content browser in Maya, you have all this kind of stuff. This is not really a mesh. It is sort of a, it's like a special effect inside of Maya, so you need to transform it, but it does create a lot of these parametric plans, if you will, that I think look quite great. If you need something to like kind of add a little bit more detail into your drawing, especially when you start rendering as well. Trying to find something that would be quite appropriate. Plants. This actually looks quite good. So once you choose it, you become able to kind of sketch it in. I'm going to close this. It must be very tiny, which it is. Let's see if we can change that a little bit. Pine specular, global scale. Ah, there we go. Well, that's kind of cool. Let's increase global scale in both. This is kind of cheating because I'm using a ready-made asset from Maya, but I think it will make sense and look nice. So if you try to render this, as far as I know, like they're still not supported as paint effects. Luckily, you can always grab them and modify them into a mesh. So if this was modified and then converted into from a paint effect, which is what it is, to a polygon, it actually gives you this object as a mesh. And if I render them now, they should show up. Nice. That's looking quite cool, like a little bit of a detail on the floor. We can also, let's just duplicate it and then add a bit more. Nice. I think this is looking quite cool. And then let's re-render this. Nice. Okay, this scene is looking quite fun. Let's give it a little moment. Nice, this is looking good. Perfect. I think like we're in a good shape where this scene feels quite complete in terms of like what you can actually move on without with. I think like because I think we've covered quite a lot in the second section compared also to the first. If you guys have another round of questions, I'd be happy to answer. So maybe we can just kind of review what we've done so far and also take a look into some more information if there's something else that you would need, you would want to find out. Mike, do you think that we should do another round?
Yeah, let's do like a final like a final Q&A.
Yeah.
And maybe if you want to move the model to some cool place, they can screenshot if they want.
Yeah, sure.
Give them a little screenshot moment. Also, if anyone wants to ask their question from voice or video, just use the raise hand tool. And you have one question in the Q&A, which is saying, is there a way to illuminate the edges for like a wireframe structure?
There is a shader inside of Arnold that will kind of make edges look, basically just give them like a little edge. It won't really glow. You could try doing it with an emissive shader, but it's not as straightforward. I would say that the best way to do it is just to create like we were doing before, with these edged surfaces. Like you just create an actual mesh, and then in Arnold, there's something called a mesh light. So a mesh that a mesh light is applied to will become a light in its own right, and then you control that rather than doing it maybe through a material. I think that would actually make more sense. It's a bit heavier, obviously, but I think it would work as well. Okay.
So they're in the comments. They're happy to make some alien environments. It does look. It ended up looking very alien, especially with the lighting, which is quite cool.
I see more questions coming in.
Yeah, about the design process.
Architectural design process using Maya. Well, like I was saying, it mostly ends up like being about sketch models. So usually when, I mean, even in the office, when we work on it, it's like the sculptural nature of Maya makes it very easy for us to kind of do like a bunch of iterations of like sketch models, which maybe, before people were just doing by doing like hand sketches. And then when we actually review that, rationalization happens in another environment. Maya is not particularly overly friendly to like building an actual building inside of it. There's definitely ways in which you can hack it so that it's more of that than maybe in like usual VFX environments where people are using it more like for animation and stuff. So usually, yeah, it's about creating like very low poly meshes that can be quite striking sculpturally, and then you move on to rationalizing them in Rhino, or like if you're adding floor plates or like doing like general, sort of compliancy issues and stuff like that. And then there is a bit of a back and forth, but eventually, once the project moves to SD, it's goodbye Maya forever.
And I think ZHA has kind of become masters of that over the years.
Yeah.
Making Maya into real projects.
Yeah.
Because it was just not meant for that.
Yeah, it really was.
All these kind of workflows developed over the years and internal whatever plugins and this and that.
Yeah. I mean, like there's also like even in the office there's like proprietary software which kind of takes mesh models, turns them into NURBs that we can easily work with in Rhino and so on and so forth. But yeah, usually in the conceptual stage we use Maya for like more sculptural stuff, like just kind of to show a very clear image of what we want the project to be. And then there's a bit of a back and forth if it's still concept between Maya and Rhino. In SD, it usually moves on fully into Rhino.
Just to save time. Like when you're in concept phase, not everything needs to be
precise. Exactly. And Maya is super friendly to like creating like really striking, beautiful sketches in a very controlled way.
So they're asking how do they output this render?
You mean like just kind of save it? Yeah, you can just use the render settings. Like there's this little cog on top of like a film thingy. So once you're ready and you think that your render looks good, you can just set up your render settings here. Obviously, by default, it's like a very low resolution. You can just, I don't know, maintain width and height ratio and then turn it into like a full HD if you like. And once you're ready, there's this other window with like an eye, and then you just hit render and Maya will render it out for you and you can just save the file. I think, yeah, there we go. So it'll just take a little bit of time for it to render out, but that's it.
Anyone else? There's more. And again, if anyone wants to speak their question or get on their camera and ask a question, just use the raise hands and we'll enable you to do that.
Yeah, so again, the question of BIM software with Maya, not really. Maya is just not very friendly towards BIM, and BIM is not very friendly towards Maya. Usually the bridge is Rhino, and then Rhino, whatever it takes from Maya, we rationalize there and just kind of, just kind of take it to BIM, because obviously with Grasshopper, there's a bunch of ways in which you can communicate between Rhino and Revit, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that there's there's a lot of rebuilding that happens.
Yeah,
A lot of
always.
rationalization. It's not like you just make this shape in Maya and that's the thing that gets
Yeah,
built.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
It's never like this. Yeah.
there's a lot of rationalization. The geometry changes slightly, and then of course you're dealing with things like budgets
Yeah.
and structural restrictions, which can dramatically change the shape altogether. So, I think it's just important for people to know that you don't just like make this thing in Maya and then someone's
Yeah,
building it. There's like
yeah,
so many steps in between, and that's why like even at Zaha, like you see all these buildings going up, but they've started like some of them have been started for like 10 years or 5 years
absolutely.
in the design process before the world even sees it. So
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's no, like, just for clarity, there's absolutely no way that you can get away with like building a project from Maya that's like unheard of. This process of like rationalization always happens in a bigger pipeline, but Maya became like an incredibly great way to communicate design language, which is just completely unachievable in other pieces of software, so that it at least it makes it possible for you to rationalize things later on.
I would almost bet, I mean, I don't work at Zaha, but I would almost bet the most challenging part of your all job there is that kind of interop between Maya to real life. It's like the design part usually happens like pretty quickly, even for architecture in general.
Yeah.
And then a huge chunk is like, okay, how do we build this thing now?
No, absolutely. It's like what the concept stage can be, like a month or two, but then like SD can be another 6 months to a year, and then DD another like year or something like that. So it's like the time frames between like concept and actually schematic design and design development are very different. And obviously the team like grows insanely big because you have so many other things to take care of. The interoperability obviously between Maya and Rhino is kind of increasing with time because people are finding other ways in which to communicate this a bit more properly. And also it's like with regards to like scripting, or like if you are familiar with coding languages, that also becomes much easier because you can kind of control much better how you generate the surface and also export it. But yeah, it's never like a one-to-one process. Any more questions?
So once you save it, open it. Yeah, I just open it and it's there. It's your file.
What I'm assuming, like maybe the question was like, is like a render, like a real-time thing that you can spin around? Nope, you have to go to Unity or Unreal for that. It's just that like at a certain quality inside of Maya, you can kind of get away with like a lot of this almost real-time but not real-time stuff. So you can also like capture maybe play blast animations, stuff like that, but it's not, like a spinnable model. It's not like a model that you can actually.
I mean, and that's also largely due to Unity is like optimized for that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
In terms of like meshes, and then also like it's requiring a lot more processing power.
Yeah.
Too. So those, it's one like little misleading thing about a lot of those Unity demos and stuff. Is like they're using like the best computers you can use, like so on a little like low end laptop, it's not going to be that much fun.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, what's next?
Would there ever be a seminar? Yeah, I mean, we do a kind of interrupt webinars all the time. Just depends like what's going on at the time, who's available at the time. Tomorrow we have Maya and Grasshopper. So. I don't know if you want to answer that one.
Complex. It's fine.
Complex. That's a good answer. Complex.
Yeah. Okay, this last one. I think. Okay, so can you make this project 3D printable? Yeah, sure. I mean, the great thing about Maya is like thickening the mesh and closing the mesh would be super easy. And as long as the mesh is closed, even if it intersects, it doesn't really matter. Like it's completely fine. Like you will be able to 3D print it. It just depends on like in general. Like I'm not really sure in which scale this would be, so I cannot tell you whether the thickness would work for a 3D printer or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as long as the object you're printing conforms to the rules of a 3D printer, which typically means things should have a thickness, they shouldn't self-intersect. And even some slicers now don't even care about self-intersection if it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's like if meshes are separate, closed, but they between themselves intersect, that's fine. A self-intersecting mesh, that's a disaster. That won't work. But like if it's like two separate meshes that are intersecting and closed, completely fine now.
Yeah. Although I found like some newer slicers will like attempt it, but like the print might not be nice.
Yeah.
But they won't like before it used to be like, no, we're not even attempting it, basically.
Yeah.
Now it seems like some printers can try to push through it, but it doesn't always end up great. Revit inside, I think they mean Rhino inside.
Rhino inside plugin.
Which is like, yeah, I mean, you can do Rhino inside Revit.
Yeah, and you can follow that workflow, like where Rhino really acts as a bridge between Maya and Revit, because Rhino can like interpret a lot of things in a way that Revit can understand it, whereas Maya and Revit have nothing to do with one another.
Yeah, I mean, I get like the next question too, like, can you go from Maya to Rhino, then Rhino to Revit? You can go from any software to any software.
Yeah.
It just depends like the information loss, basically. Like it is super easy. You can just export OBJ from Maya and import that OBJ into Revit.
Yeah.
But it's not going to have the valuable information of Revit, which is floors, ceilings, whatever.
Yeah.
So this is something you're going to have to go into Revit, identify pieces, determine what they are, set them. So it, even with something like Rhino Inside or Interop, you know, that's what the Interop kind of software is doing, is it's interpreting stuff from Rhino to Revit, and it's doing that. It's basically assigning things automatically.
Yeah, exactly.
But all that stuff is also possible manually as well.
Yeah. So our project often shaped by the mesh topology program or able to connect it to project brief, and how do you avoid program controlling the design? Yeah, this is really like a personal opinion on how you approach design and architecture in general. In Zaha, like you do receive mostly formal training, so stuff is based on form. But obviously, like with the increased use of Unity and other simulation platforms, it's becoming easier and easier to consider program a lot earlier on, and for that to really like positively inform the formal studies as well. So it's becoming like a more of like a, in general, like a process for us where I think it's becoming like it's not, you know, boxy diagrams and then try to force it into something else. It's becoming more of an integrated workflow in general.
Integral, and I would say also like the way to, the biggest way to avoid that is to kind of try to have the concept and idea before doing anything.
Yeah.
Because like, again, that comes down to a question before of like, how many softwares do I need to know with software? Like if you have the idea and the concept first, then you'll say, well, okay, I should use Rhino to make this, or I should use Revit to make this, or I should use Maya to make this. If you just go into it with no idea, then you'll more than likely be like, you know, kind of forced into the limitations of the software. It's kind of like default tool set. So,
yeah.
There's one best laptop for these softwares. The most expensive. No, I mean it's a budget thing, right? So like to me to me I always end up going with gaming laptops because they have higher end graphics cards.
Yeah.
Like unless you're gonna build something yourself, like they're pretty set up already. And then from that point, you just the best stats you can afford is what you should get. Like you want to like future proof too. I've had the same laptop for like 6 years, and it's not let me down, because when I bought it, it cost like $4,000, you know, and I just like maxed out everything. But it's an investment, right?
Yeah, it's definitely an investment. And I like, from my point of view, the best laptop is not a laptop, it's a desktop. Unfortunately, I know that like mobility is a problem, but like for me, I cannot even compare how much easier my workflow is now, because I basically bought my own machine.
Yeah, I mean, in my laptop, when I say laptop, it's like 12-pound laptop. I mean, it's pretty hefty.
Yeah.
It's basically a desktop that I can move easy.
Yeah. How to improve skills in Maya? Like intense, like really intense practice. Maya has an incredibly steep learning curve, and a lot of people are weeded out simply because they just give up. Like, it's very hard in the beginning. And once you get over that hurdle, it becomes so easy, because like once your mind adjusts to that modeling logic, it just goes so fast. But understanding the conceptual framework of the modeling logic is really important.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like using Maya is incredibly easy, but making something that looks good is not. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's easy to move things, rotate things, scale things. Like, that is easy, but the real craft comes in. It's just like it's easy to draw on a piece of paper, but it's not easy to draw like an amazing drawing. It just takes a lot of practice. And for Maya, the practice, for me personally, it's like getting your topology correct and drawing nice curves. Like, it's so easy to draw really bad curves, you know, just drawing nice curvature. And these things just take practice.
Yeah.
And then, like you said before, like you could make something so good, and then you like rotate it, it looks so bad. I'm like,
Yeah. So, does HA use only V-Ray with Photoshop for renders? I'm not so much in the rendering cluster, so I can't really fully answer this. We do also a lot of work which is outsourced. So we work with people who are fully in rendering. So it's like in the office, it's mostly like Max and V-Ray, yes, but it like again, there are other options.
Like concept rendering.
Yeah. For concept rendering, like people even use key shots. Fine. It's just like for final productions, I think the office has really shifted to this model of outsourcing to people who are doing this full time. Like,
I think most offices do that because it's just too time consuming, and like the service is there.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense as a student. Like, you're not going to outsource to, because they are quite expensive. But for an office, like, even when I was working at architecture offices, it was always like the final renders that like went to like publications or
to the client as well.
Clients or Art Daily. Like, this was always outsourced.
Yeah. Augmented reality. I have not worked with augmented reality with Maya, so I can't really speak much to it. But I mean, you can obviously move stuff around to other platforms that are more friendly to, for sure. But yeah, I don't know, like Mike, if you have.
I haven't seen any in Maya. I'm sure somewhere something exists, like just like Photogram's a plugin for Rhino. I'm sure there's something. I haven't seen it. It just seems it's not like the thing in Maya. Like, it seems at that point people move to things like Unreal or Unity.
Yeah, which is always like more appropriate for sure.
Can we still register? Yeah, you can still register for about 5 more hours.
Go do it now, quickly.
Yeah, go do it quickly. Yeah. It closes automatically.
Yeah.
When the time zone in UTC switches to the next day.
External GPU would help quite a lot with bigger projects. Yeah, I mean, like if you also have access to like cloud computing and stuff like that, it's perfect. I mean, obviously it's always good to have like outside. I mean, obviously, like, if you can afford it, like that's great. I tend to prefer like just having my own machine, but if you can also do remote or cloud or just do subscriptions, all of that is super useful. Obviously, if you can increase your computational power. Do you think Blender has the potential to replace Maya? No. sorry, Blender, well, fantastic. Maya is like a beast.
Yeah.
Stuff that Maya can do, like Blender could never hope to do. So it's like, obviously,
But
maybe like if we're talking modeling, I don't know, but in as like a full package, no way. I don't think so.
the thing with Blender is it's a lot of like user developed because it's like open source.
Yeah.
So you're relying on hoping that like some developer that's not getting paid is making
Yeah.
something that's
Great.
actually correct and without bugs, and hoping that they like fix bugs and actually pay attention to like further development. Um, at least that's one problem I found with like big companies not adapting to open source software is because there isn't really that reliability aspect. Meaning, if I'm doing a project and I'm using this really cool plugin, and then suddenly this developer disappears,
Then yeah, you're
and
stuck.
then yeah, there's nothing I can do. The other thing is just Maya. I think, I mean, it's not so obvious, but it's just been through a lot of development over so many years with like
Yes.
really the important people like that are driving like Cat Mall and whatever. Like these are real people, you know, like
Yeah.
that were with like RenderMan and this and that. Like these are people that kind of through the years have had input in these software. So there's a bit of a difference. But from my experience, the reasons why Blender doesn't get adapted into offices is reliability and security reasons as well. Like a lot of companies like don't like open source just for security.
Yeah. Standard Cinema 4D user, do you think I can migrate from CD4 to Maya? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like that workflow or like that shift is completely doable. Like it doesn't seem like anything overly difficult. Cinema 4D is also great. I think Maya again is a bit more of a expansive package. It also really depends on what you want to do. So if you want to kind of slip into other industries outside of architecture, Maya, I mean, it still is like a very much like a loved industry standard.
Yeah.
Is there any big reason to use Maya over 3ds Max? They almost seem the same. I would disagree. I don't really see them like as overly similar. I think the logic is a bit different. I also find Maya to be a lot friendlier in terms of modeling. Like again, like that's like a personal preference, I would say.
Yeah, I think it is some points personal preference.
Yeah.
When I go into Max, I'm like, I don't even know how to do anything.
Yeah.
I also find Maya a lot easier to use. There was a point where I was using, like, deciding which one I wanted to use, and
Yeah.
I just like, once I started using Maya, I was like, yeah, this is where I want to be. It just seemed more intuitive.
I'm surprised you did not use the bridge command today. It's usually my go-to command in Maya. That's actually a really good point. I have no idea why I avoided it. It's not like a bridge command is taboo.
It's
But
because it's
yeah.
Maybe it's because like bridge is like kind of like Voronoi to Grasshopper. Like it's
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite funny actually. I didn't even think about it before I read the question. But I think like maybe because I was working from like in a workflow of like a flat to something like flat to 2D. I didn't really think about the volumetric stuff like bridging. But yeah, yes, no personal animus against bridging. I like bridging as well.
Do you want to show them a bridge for people that don't know what we're talking about?
Oh yeah, sure.
You want to
Why
just
not?
bridge two faces together?
Why not? Let's just make a box and then subdivide it. Yeah, so a bridge, essentially, like if you wanted to bridge two faces, you could choose adjacent faces from a face mode, like maybe this one and this one. And then if you do shift right click and you do bridge, it will create a connection between them. That's it. That's bridge.
And you can also do that like from one geometry to another.
Yeah. You can do it also with edges. You don't need to do it with faces and stuff like that. It can also be an open thing. It doesn't have to be closed. How difficult do you think it's to transition from Rhino to using Maya predominantly? I don't think it would be. I mean, they're not like similar software, so you will never. I would never abandon Rhino if that's what you mean. I would always like still work in Rhino as well because they kind of do different things, right? I love Rhino and Grasshopper as well. It's just like different parts of the workflow. You could, if you wanted to, switch just to Maya. I've limited certain things that I thought that I could only do in Grasshopper. I found ways to do in Maya as well, but I would definitely like always stick to both because they're like both so useful. Oh, thanks for. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Could you guys talk more about the math quiz? Oh, okay. How you guys came to the prosthesis exploration? What could we expect? Well, I'm actually really glad that this came up. Like, I think it will be quite fun. So the idea of prosthesis. I mean, I'm gonna say my take, and maybe Mike, you can take over.
I actually called Pavlina here, our creative director,
yeah.
and so I'll let her answer this one. I think it's a good one for her to answer.
Yeah.
Which one?
This is the question.
Okay.
Hold on, get in there. Let's say hi.
Oh, hey, how are you guys doing? Hi, Alex.
Hi, how are you?
So nice to see everyone. I hope that everyone enjoys themselves today. I see that like you guys are asking about the master's degree and how did we come up with the idea of prosthesis. Well, yes, I would say that the studio work will be quite dynamic. I can start from the last part of the question. It's how we do things, and that's how actually Design Morphing has been working for the past 6 years. Our team, it's like people who are actually working in the real world. They're very good specialists, and we are actually like we're very active in the way that we do things. That means that like we are trying to teach very advanced workflows, and that's why we try to be very serious about like the way that like we teach them. About the idea of prosthesis, I would say that it's it's part of one of the chapters. It's not just one. It's about like building from a smaller scale to a bigger scale. So like starting from the human body and how this like impacts, what impacts does the environment have too. So we are going to be working with some scenario-based ideas, and then like building up around this body and what the housing of this body would be, and then how these communication systems around this body are building up. So it's a building to a scale of a city or even a scale of a cosmos. So, but exactly like as you guys can imagine, like we are going to be building on skills of, starting from Maya and then Grasshopper, Rhino, subdivisions modeling, and then going into more advanced computational design with Grasshopper, building up to Houdini and C#. So while you're going like you're advancing in scale, you're going to be working with different kinds of softwares and tackling different kind of problems with amazing tutors like Aleksandar here that was today. Thank you so much, Alex. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm also super excited. I think like this, like Pavlina was saying, just the ideas. I think also adding the scale of prosthesis, like this really intimate architecture of the body that also informs like what will happen later on, as like how will that affect architectural space in like bigger scales. I think is really super exciting. I'm like really interested to see how this will develop also with students and their own take on how that will change.
And what's really interesting, I mean, if this, you did it in 5 hours, if you imagine now this whole program is going to be 9 months with like, with engaging design critiques and studios and even we have like prototyping and robotics labs. So it's going to be a lot of fun, learning a lot from people who aren't just educators, but are actually doing these things in their actual career on their day-to-day job. So
yeah,
I think that's also an important aspect to note, is that like these things are the people that are teaching this are using these things every day for real work.
Should we get this one as well?
Well, so it's the one that says, do you have to be a graduate to apply? Do you have to be a graduate to apply for the master's course? You have to have a bachelor's degree to apply. And also there's like scholarships and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's all you.
Yeah, so DRL, I mean, I studied there and I love there so much that I teach there as well. I guess that answers all that you need to know.
Yeah,
It's
I
really
mean,
fun.
Pavlina is from there as well too.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think this kind of environment spawned people like us that are truly interested in like really fringe stuff. That's kind of also like very.
And like half of our master's tutors are also from.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're all very like-minded people. It's kind of an environment really brings together people that kind of think in similar ways and are really interested in like fringe design techniques and methodologies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we should wrap this up. Do you have any other last thoughts, comments?
Words of wisdom.
Yeah.
No, I was like, I had so much fun today. Super great to be with you here and like to teach this. Hope everyone who was attending from the students was also having fun. Obviously, like if you kind of fell behind at some point, just go back to the recording. And I think like it's just about like keeping up with the pace and also kind of being a little bit like stubborn and like just doing your best to learn even when things seem a bit tough. Because I also remember my first steps, like also it's kind of trying to ingest all the software stuff. It's really hard in the beginning and then like it really goes super fast.
When you when you first start using Maya, everything is blobby.
Yeah.
The real good Maya users have sharp edges. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah. I think like you learn how to choose between like a really crisp, sharp edge, like blending into a blobby surface, and then back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, on my end, final things. Check out the other webinars. See if you're interested. The one for tomorrow, the registration will be closing in like 4.5 hours automatically.
Yeah.
Check out the masters. Reach out to us if you have any questions. And just make sure tag us if you want us to see your Instagram stuff.
Yes, please do. I would love to see what you guys put out.
And if you want your work featured on the website, just send your screenshots or work you do from these lessons to results@designmorphine.com. Results. There you go. So that's it for me.
Yeah.
All good. Okay.
All right.
Bye all.
Bye guys.